welcome back everyone, welcome back to another week, another edition of the WardiTV Monday number 16, your weekly dose of Wardy StarCraft. I'm of course host Live VIP with man joined by these amazing players, by the people in the chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome one and all to our weekly tournament. Here we go. Exclamation mark be in the chat if you guys want to have a look back yourselves. The bracket is stacked, the bracket is live, the bracket is massive, and we had a hard time picking and choosing where we wanted to start. We had a very hard time, a lot of really good matches going on in the first round, and we have landed on our PvP. PvZ. Let's go. Up first is going to be SKillous versus Eva, and Eva has chosen to off race and is going to be playing as Zerg. Let's go. Protoss versus Zerg as we're jumping into game one. We're jumping into Frostline. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner of Frostline, we have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Team Liquid. It is SKillous. Not streamer zone. Hold on. Un momento. There we go. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player from the land of the UK representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Eva. Here we go. Okay, we are going to be settling in. And again, if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is soon to be Gamba time. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck in the chat as we do settle in. Again, SKillous has been looking very strong, very on point as of late, but we'll see how he compares to the likes of a player like Eva, as Eva is going to be opening up with the initial spawning pool. That is going to be a pool before expansion. Interesting choice. There is no other worker on the map. There is no proxy attempted by Eva. No crazy shenanigans yet outside of the fact that he's going for the earlier spawning pool. This means earlier Lings, earlier Queen production, delayed natural base, delayed gas geyser as well, delayed economy. So interesting choice out of Eva, as SKillous does maintain his position and SKillous does deny the natural. Does force the unnatural out of his opponent. Un momento though. Hold on. Just checking my audio. Beautiful. Just checking my audio, make sure that everything is as it should be. But we do see SKillous. He does rescout, does confirm the gas has yet to be taken. Queen is on the way early. Ling's going to be on the way as well. And Eva, what's going on? What, macro hatch? Oh no, expanding. Okay. I was very confused. I was like, is he gonna throw down like a tech structure this early on? Like, what's going? Okay, he's going for a third base. So Eva is opening up gasless. Now this feels really risky in this matchup, not gonna lie. To open up gasless in ZVP is often not done, so we'll see if Eva can get away with it. Typically the big reason why this isn't done is because it can be quite difficult to keep up with Adept Harass. With slow Lings and of course Queen defense, it can be quite difficult to keep up with the aggression of the Protoss player. SKillous, he didn't reconfirm how late the gases are. He is somewhat aware of the timing of the third base, though. SKillous has yet to piece it all together and to realize what's going on and to punish Eva. We'll see if he can. I want to say that Eva has gone for this opener before. I want to say that Lorimbo Papi. I think I've seen Lorimbo try and attempt an opener like this before, if I'm remembering correctly. But for now, we do have our tech of choice. Going to be a Twilight Council. Twilight Council opener out of SKillous, which I do appreciate given the position, given the opener, given how vulnerable Eva is. Eva still no gases. A drone is going to be going down, and with Glaven at follow-up, I mean, this can hit like a truck. As two drones already do fall. Nice damage here by SKillous. Extra gateways being thrown down, and we should be taking into Glaives. Should be taking into Glaives momentarily as we do Chrono Boost the Twilight Council without anything being researched. A bit of an unfortunate start there for SKillous. Hopefully he does begin there we go. As he does begin his upgrade just towards the tail end of that Chrono Boost. I think a part of that is because he only had one in gas, so he didn't have enough gas to actually start Glaive, so it was a bit of a shaky build execution, but regardless, SKillous is still getting there nonetheless. Meanwhile, Adept does get across the map. One Adept finally does go down. And still no gas. Still gasless here at Eva. It's crazy. I'm I feel very uncomfortable for Eba, not gonna lie. Now to catch up, he's taking 2 extra gases here in the main. I'm very curious to see if Eba can recover here, if Eba can bounce back and if he can survive. Again, no link speed, delayed roach production as well. Because of the natural expansion being forced on the right hand side, there's no wall, like there's no SimCity here to wall off to try and deny any Glaive Adept aggression. Likewise, the opening here is quite large on Frostline, so I do favor skills quite a bit here, and we'll see. Ooh, my apologies though, I assume this is 4 gate Glaive Adepts. This is not. This is 3 gate Glaives, so very light commitment here out of SKillous. Basically what's happening is that SKillous, he skips a 4th gateway and he skips a robo in favor of an expansion. So this is a more macro oriented build. This is aggressive, that is true, but this is not as committed as 4 gate Glaives. So again, lighter aggression, which means Eba might be able to get away with this. I mean, I'm still feeling very wary. I mean, there's still no link speed, there's still no roach production. There is going to be just barely a wall off, but skills, he can try to just knock this down. Can attempt when he will. Era Chamber will eventually fall. Spine Crawlers are on the way. A nice re-wall, but last of the eps, they do bust in. Yeah, they bust in towards the main base. Spine Crawler, we have 1 in the main. We have 1 in each mineral line, actually. And the eps, they shade in. And Eba, he does have 11 roaches on the way. Drones are going down. 5 workers here at the natural. And if they threaten a shade towards the 3rd. Yep, there's no mining here in either of these bases, just only in the main. And Eba will eventually deal with this, but this is some pretty critical damage. As the drones, they come back a little bit too soon. Another 2 drones go down. More adepts in the main. Still adepts here at the 3rd. And this is kind of the price you pay here for the opener, the build that Eba went for. SKillous, he does not commit to the shade. Behind this, going into Dark Templar. I do actually really like this decision just because the Spore Crawler was killed. There's no Spore here at the 3rd. There are Spores in the other bases, but what are the chances that Eba replaces that Spore, considering it was a Twilight Council opener? What does that mean? No Oracles, right? There's no Stargate, there's no Oracles, so there is a big chance that Eba will be skipping that. Thankfully, there is a lair on the way, so he will have access to mobile detection. But still, we'll see. We'll see what SKillous can get done. I mean, already SKillous, he has a very comfortable worker lead. Is ahead. Behind this, building up Stalkers, Blink and +1, almost done, as they are being chronoed. And Eba, he's still yet to recover, still re-droning, taking gases, soon to be investing into upgrades. Lair is about to finish. SKillous should soon move out. So that's, they do keep tabs on Eba. We commit to the shade. That was a rough move here at the SKillous. He will lose all 3 adepts. SKillous moving in, getting an Overlord. Catching out a couple of roaches as well. Yeah, 2 roaches going down. Very nice damage. Getting up to 4. Oh my god, getting to 5. 5 roaches. 6 roaches. 7. Oh, this is too much damage. 8, 9 roaches going to be going down. Getting up to 10. And GG, well played, gets called. Just too many losses too quickly here. There's just not enough to defend. And SKillous will snowball out of control. GG. GG. Again, a risky build out of Eba, as we did mention, and we can definitely see a world where okay. God damn it. So I messaged Eba. So coming into this game, Eba told me that he had a build that he wanted to try. Hold on. He's explaining himself. He's crazy. He's crazy. Mate. Okay. So Eba was telling me, Eba, he was telling me, so he had a build in mind that he wanted to try out, and he hadn't really thought it through completely. But his initial plan was to go 3 hatch before 2nd queen, which is kind of what he was working towards. But he said that, so he wanted to try out this build, but he didn't know what to do when he got hatch blocked. which makes sense, because if you remember, the hatch block at the start of the game was really brutal. So he's like, as soon as the hatch block occurred, he was kind of like off the cuff sort of thing. Like he was just kind of freestyling from that moment forward, and it was trying to piece it all together. And yeah, it all kind of fell apart a little bit. But here we go in the top right hand corner, in the top right hand corner of Amygdala, we have the red Protoss player leading the series 1-0. BM confirmed. Oh no, he is the Punisher. He is SKillous for Team Liquid. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player from the land of the UK, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Eva. So his plan was to go 3 hatch before second queen, to have a more efficient opener, a more greedy build in that last game, but the build got thrown off. The build got thrown off really early on by the probe block. I kept saying hatch block, by the probe block basically from SKillous, and it all just kind of fell apart. But it's fine. Let's go. Oh no. Nikita, calm down, Papi, calm down. He was like, I haven't won with Zerg in years, Papi. And SKillous is like, yeah, that's gonna continue. That's the trend will continue, Papi. Oh no. Oh no. Feels Eva, man. For now is going for the initial hatches, going hatch into pool. Hatch pool opener here. We'll see if Eva once again tries to go for that third hatchery before second queen. We'll see if he tries to embrace that build a little bit more efficiently here this time, as we will be settling in. I was saying to Eva, blame the Rainbow, and he was saying blame Eric. Apparently it was an Eric build. Hey, it's so easy to emulate Eric. It's not it's not easy. We have our initial queens on the way. Yeah, this time he's making 2 queens. This will say a much more standard variation of gasless, but still gasless nonetheless. So no gases here out of Eva. Is making 2 queens into, I would imagine, a third base. Meanwhile, back at home, SKillous going for a much more standard opener. Going to be going for his Stargate. So Stargate opener out of SKillous. And yeah, Eva is expanding. So again, all of this, no gas. All this is off of 0 gases here, which means once again, Eva, he won't have Ling speed. Eva, he's going to be defending with purely Lings and Queens. Slow Lings and Queens, I should emphasize as well. But this time, SKillous will not punish. This time, there won't be any Glaive Adepts. Like again, the Glaive Adept opener, or the Glaive Adept response from SKillous was, I think, really well done. I do think it's just a really good way to punish a player that's cutting corners. And we saw SKillous punish Eva quite well. Here instead, standard opener, which means Eva should get away with it. I mean, Eba could still struggle against the Glaive Adept defense, but in general, Eba should be able to maintain his position, able to saturate his bases, defending against the Oracles, and get into the mid-game. So this should be a bit of a stronger start for Eba. Or, I say stronger, a much more comfortable start for the Zerg. Much more comfortable. As Adepts, they're rallying across the map to Adepts, they can one-shot drones. You have to be a kangaroo to play like Eric. True. Aha. We need to hook Eba up with some Eric coaching. That's what we need to do. Ay. Oh. As the consumer is going to go down. Oracle threatens a natural. So far, Eba, he's holding on. This time, Eba is taking gases earlier than previously. I mean, still not like a standard timing of gas, but it is a little bit earlier, which means Eba can afford earlier roach production if need be. Earlier link speed than previously. There it is, link speed is on the way. Meanwhile, Twilight Council has been thrown down on par with the third base here, and we're going into Blink, into our Gateway Explosion. Something that I do notice though is that this time there's no Forge. Where is the Forge? This might be for Blinkstalker aggression. This might lead into an A-Rax as Oracles, they dive into the third base. Drone's going to be going down. Yeah, 5 workers do full. Adepts, they shade into the mineral line. They get even more drones, getting up to 7 drone kills. 7 workers, they trade against the Lings. and we're waiting for the gateway explosion. Again, the lack of forge is a big tell that we're not really thinking too much further ahead. There we go, delayed forge out of SKillous, which means further or earlier Blink Stalker aggression. So we should soon be seeing those Blink Stalkers. As Lair is now on the way, +1 melee as well, so Eva is going into Ling Hydra. This time it looks like Eva wants to avoid roaches. What I'm most concerned by here, as Eva is going to be avoiding roaches in this macro hatch, is that these initial stalkers, they can trade very well early on, and there isn't really going to be much of a backbone to Eva's army. It's going to be purely Ling Queen. Oh, Oracle's taking a lot of hits. And so far they're going to surround one of those stalkers. Nicely done. One stalker gets surrounded, second stalker does survive. Nice stasis goes off. The queens are exposed. Queens are off of creep. No! Oh, they can't transfuse. Oh, not quite. One queen does go down. Yeah, Eva overextends. Stalkers, they move in. Looking and hoping for another queen. You can see Eva coming in from behind, setting up a surround, but that's what the oracles are for. Decent setup. But again, SKillous, he does avoid it. There's that Hydrogen for Eva. Again, Ling Hydra. SKillous throwing down a gateway explosion. Throwing down 4 extra gateways. He's already got 4 to begin with. No extra gases here. Adds to the 3rd base. This looks like a 3-base all-in. I mean, it's an 8-gate. It is an 8-gate. SKillous looking to expand. Gets a 4th behind this. But he should not be slowing down. His goal here should just be to keep on applying pressure, to push forward, and to break this 3rd base. And I'm not so sure if Eva can hold on against this. That's going to be a tough hold for Eva. SKillous is poking in. How many stalkers has SKillous lost? Oh, as Eva comes in, he's denied the surround. 1 stalker. I mean, look at the efficiency here. 1 stalker has fallen in 2 adepts. Those are the 2 adepts were harassing earlier. Only 1 stalker has been killed. And again, the aggression does not end. It just keeps pushing forward. Lings are going down. Hydra's going down. And over time, Eva is going to be overwhelmed. Yeah, we dive on the army. Queens are falling one after the other. And SKillous, he's snowballing out of control. Lings, they try to come in for a surround. 1 more stalker goes out. 2 stalker kill. Let's go. He doubles the damage. Eva coming in for a Ling counterattack, but a stasis goes up. Can we get a 3rd stalker kill? Can we get 3? Not quite. Yeah, apparently not. No. There we go. 3rd stalker goes down. 4 stalker. GG gets called in SKillous. He overwhelms the army, and SKillous, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the next round. GG. GG, well played. Again, these aggressive follow-ups here, they just do such a great job at just punishing early game aggression or early game damage. Because SKillous, he did come out of the early game into the early to mid game with dealing economic damage. He was able to just apply pressure, keep that going, and just snowball out of control. So again, just really nice decision making here out of SKillous to be aggressive when he saw an opportunity to, and unfortunately Eva just wasn't quite able to stabilize or get away with that, and with that, GG. GG, well played. Ooh, again, interesting attempted openers as well, especially game 1 was a wild start. It was a wild build. Here in game 2, still some greed out of Eva, but alas, was overwhelmed. And now we're getting into our next series. We're going to be following SKillous into the next round. GG. GG, well played. We're going to be following SKillous, and let's switch our scenes over and have a look at the bracket. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Let's catch up on what has been going on. Let us go. The bracket is quite large, so do need a moment to catch up on things. We have some updates here in the first round. First things first, we are switching servers. We're heading over to the land of the Americas. As we can see here, SKillous, he's waiting for the winner of Shin versus UED Soldier. But from the top, from the very top, we have Geralt versus Lemon, the Polish Protoss up against a Taiwanese Protoss player in a PvP. Best of luck to Geralt and Lemon. When it goes up against Clem in the next round, Clem is the #1 seed of the tournament, so best of luck to all those that are going to be facing off against him throughout the event. Scrolling down, we have GumiHo. GumiHo takes down Hackers top 2-0. GumiHo is up against Classic in the next round, and honestly, I'm just, what's the word I'm looking for? Salivating? I'm salivating at the idea of Clem versus GumiHo. Clem versus GumiHo, that's going to be such a banger of a TBT. And I hope it gets covered by someone. Again, there are other English casters covering this event. There's Wardy, of course. There's Steadfast as well. And I hope that at some point, someone catches that series. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. Obviously, Classic is still an amazing player. We could even see Classic advancing on over GumiHo instead. That is well within the realm of possibility. Regardless, best of luck. Best of luck to our players there as do face off. Scrolling down, herO takes down Matt 2-0. herO's up against Goblin in a PvP in the next round. Best of luck. Looks like Geralt and Lemon are still underway. Scrolling down, we have Shin versus UED Soldier mid-series. They're 10 minutes into their game, and will we either be jumping into the series mid-series or following them into SKillous. That is the plan. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have the second half of the bracket. Let's quickly try to catch up here. We have MaxFax. MaxFax is the #2 seed of the tournament. So MaxFax, he's waiting for the winner of Zaun and Rex. They're currently mid-series. I was very tempted to jump into Zaun versus Rex. Very tempted. Opted to, of course, land on SKillous versus Eba. But best of luck. Scrolling down a little bit further, we had some walkovers. Solar, he's up against Cure in the second round. Very high-profile ZVT. Best of luck to Solar. Best of luck to Cure. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have a series that I was actually about to jump into initially. That is Nightmare versus Percival. I think Wardy jumped on that series. Basically, when I went to the Korean server, I noticed that Wardy was there, so I did decide to leave Nightmare versus Percival alone, and yeah, it looks like Wardy is covering that series. Makes sense, makes sense. That was our initial pick, and then we did the way. Oh my god, as we are jumping in mid-series, un momento. It's crazy. Okay, I need some time. All the misspelling. As we are getting into our next series, we're getting into our next match, and we are actually in the ace match. Let's go. Hold on, I was not expecting this, so I need some time to set up the teams. Hold on. Here we go. Okay, from the top, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Frostline, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Gaiman Gladiators being forced into an ace match. We'll see if he can recover. We'll see if he can make it to the next round. It is Shin. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the green Protoss player, an up-and-comer representing CSO Esports. It is UED Soldier. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on this final game as Shin comes in with the hatch block. Let's go. But place your bets. We are tied up 1-1. We don't know how the series has occurred, but they were playing and competing at the same time that we were casting SKillous versus Eba. So now they're getting into the ace match here. This could still go either way. I don't know how game 1 or game 2 went, but we're at least here for the finale for the ace match. Let's go. Coming into this, Shin is the heavy favorites, but UED Soldier has been getting better and better results over time. Again, we've been giving UED Soldier a lot of praise during the pawn cast or during casts themselves whenever we cover him. He has been getting some very, very nice wins under his belt over the past couple of months. It's still an up-and-comer, still rising through the ranks, is still looking to gain a little bit more notoriety in the European region and the European scene, but still very nice result already for UED Soldier. I should also set up the player as well. There we go. Beautiful. So we are going to be settling in. Of course, the initial zealot is forced out. A couple of boys being pulled as well. Hatchery does complete, and with this, Shin may opt to make some links here on the other side of the wall. We'll see if he does. Regardless, big delay in the expansion across the map. UED Soldier likewise laying the natural base of Shin for as long as possible. Shin has already taken his gases. Is expanding. And that is a kill on the hatchery. And looks like Shin, he does want to go for that. Yep, does want to go for that third hatchery. So it goes for a hatch after the initial gas, after link speed. And we'll see where we head from here. Now, the big danger of this kind of opener and forcing out the early Zealot is that it does trigger a counterattack after the hatchery gets dealt with. So the hatchery goes down, and now you have to deal with the counterattack, with the aggression of the 1 Zealot and 2 Adepts. As the 2nd Adept has arrived, and Shin is going to be forced to make queens and forced to defend with extra lings as well. So Shin's drone count is actually quite low, and it's going to be staying low a little bit longer as well. UAD Soldier following this up with aggression. Twilight Council here in the main. Overlord will confirm. So Shin, he does get a scout. Does realize what's going on. UAD Soldier getting a drone. Camping the natural. Not quite denying the Overlords, just barely not. Overlords will survive, and behind this it is going to be Glaive Adepts. We have Glaives on the way. Unlike SKillous, where SKillous did go for very light aggression with 3 gate Glaives into a 3rd base, here we do see a Robo. There's going to be a Robo, there's going to be extra gateways, there's going to be much more committed here by UAD Soldier, getting up to 4 gates. So 4 gate Glaives out of our Protoss. And can he pull Shin apart? I believe he can. Shin still redroning, still resaturating. Again, thankfully, because Shin scouted, he knows that he's in a bit of trouble. He knows that he's going to be in danger soon. So I would imagine Shin will momentarily make more lings and set up. I would imagine. There we go. Do have that 4:30 Rotorn timing. Who is UAD Soldier? He is... Would I say a semi-pro? He's like an up-and-coming player. I mean, I say up-and-coming. He's been competing for a couple of years at this point. If you've been watching the CranKy Ducklings, you'd be familiar with him. We cover him in Fire Cup. He competes in our online tournaments like Sparkling Tuna Cups and Asian Turtle Tussle. A lot of these online events, he is a very active player. And he's been around for a couple of years. Does move out. Does move out across the map. Shin back at him. He's supply. Oh, he is supply block. That's a brutal supply block for Overlords on the way. Not like this. Aye, aye, aye. Okay, UAD Soldier does move in. Does head towards the 3rd. Going for the queens. Alas, the roaches are slowly amassing. Still a very tense moment though for Shin. Trying to hold on. When it comes to UAD's like placement amongst the other European players, I would say like he's in the middle of the pack, like in his own region, like the CIS region. I would say that UAD Soldier is comparable to... I would place him below Shameless. I would place Shameless above UAD Soldier. UAD Soldier, I'd maybe place him around... I'd place him below Nickrat, below Shameless, below Young Yakov, above Middle VK. What's another play that I'm thinking of? Like maybe around Art? Yeah. Maybe around Art as a player. If that means anything to you, I don't know. Although there's more that I'm thinking of. I mean, now he's like unofficially retired, but like think like Exo Striker, right? There's another as well. But now Lings, they do go for a massive counterattack. Oh, they don't quite get the Immortal. Not quite. So far, UAD Soldier, he's holding on. But yeah, his aggression was denied. I mean, he had a potential, he had an opportunity, definitely, but so far, Shinny holds. He does hold on, masses out a good amount of roaches, does survive, does maintain his economy. And UAD Soldier, he retreats. He retreats back home, gets his 3rd up and running. And as he moves out, Shin, he does move in. He's got a massive amount of Lings coming in towards that natural. No! The wall is wide open. Lings, they flood into the main. They flood into the natural as well. And UD Soldier, he is out of position. Drones or probes are going to go down. Not like this. As this is getting out of hand, and UD Soldier is going to be forced into an all-in. And meanwhile, back at home, Shin, what's he doing? He's making more roaches. He's making more roaches, throwing down more Ravagers, getting stacked defense. He's getting ready for the counterattack. As in one swift move, he's, again, crippling his opponents. He's forcing it all in. As that is 21 probe kills. A denial of the third. It was cancelled. And now Shin is looking very comfortable. Again, Shin, he had a rocky start, and there was definitely a lot of potential early on with the 4-gate glaives. But now it comes down to one final move out. Unfortunately, UD Soldier, he's supply blocked. He is supply blocked. He can't quite reinforce. Not yet. And he can't warp in defensively. Oh, that's rough. Lings, they're gonna be able to bust in. They're gonna be able to break down that front door. Pylons are finishing. Main army soon to clash. It's all or nothing for UD Soldier. The Biles! Oh my god. The crazy army, UD Soldier, he dives in! He's going for the Ravagers. And some of the Ravagers are going down, but the Adepts are going to crumble to the Roaches. And the Immortals are going to be exposed thereafter. Oof. Yeah, GG. GG gets called. Shin, he holds. He does take the series 2-1, advancing on to the next round. GG. GG, well played, Shin. He will take it. Again, UD Soldier definitely had his moments in that last game, especially considering the potential of his follow-up aggression, but he wasn't quite able to get into a mineral line. He wasn't quite able to assert too much or get too much damage there, gain too much value, and in the end, Shin was able to force the all-in. Unfortunately, the wall was open. The wall was... oh, god. The wall was not a wall, and Shin does take it 2-1. GG. GG, well played. With that, congratulations, Shin will advance on. And the question becomes, or actually, we already know the answer to that question. Up next, Shin versus SKillous. Let's go. Let us go. Up next is going to be Shin versus SKillous. A very high profile PvZ is going to be coming up next, and we'll see how Shin can compare to SKillous. I know SKillous has been on fire as of late, especially in this matchup. We saw him take down some heavy hitters like Solar in the lead up to Massive Colosseum, and even in Massive Colosseum, of course, SKillous, he did have a very strong showing against Rogue, if you recall. A very strong showing against him. Unfortunately, wasn't quite able to make it through the group, but regardless, good performance nonetheless out of SKillous. So we'll see how he compares to Shin. We shall see. Also, I did want to go over some of the other updates in the brackets, just because we were kind of cut off. we didn't get to see everything. Okay, from the bottom. From the bottom, we have more updates. Zan takes down Rex 2-0. Zan is up against MaxPax in the next round. Solar and Cura mid-series. We already went over that before. We have Nightmare. Nightmare takes down Percival 2-0, and Nightmare is up against Dark in the next round. As I mentioned before, I believe Wardy was covering Nightmare versus Percival, and I believe he's following Nightmare into Dark, so he has that PvZ. And now we have our next series as well, the bottom series, ByuN versus Rogue. That was the other big matchup that I was looking at, that I was paying attention to, that has a lot of, that I'm sure has a lot of eyes on it as well. I hope so, at least. What is Steadfast casting? That's the question. I know Steadfast is also out there. Let's see. Steadfast, he's on Solar versus Cure. Makes sense. And that means if Steadfast is on Solar versus Cure, and if Wardy's on Nightmare versus Dark, then I don't think anyone is covering ByuN versus Rogue. If that's the case, that is unfortunate. That is very unfortunate. It is a series that's worth being casted. So hopefully another language caster is on that instead. I will say. Hopefully. As we are focusing on our portion of the brackets. So again, typically when we pick a series, we commit. So we're going to be going into Shin versus SKillous, and we will most likely follow that into either herO or Goblin. That is the plan. is going to be the plan. Just catching up here with the rest of the bracket. You walk away for a minute, everything goes to hell. Yeah, pretty much. That's StarCraft. True. We go. As the videos are done, we are jumping into our next PvZ. Game 1 is going to be on Whispers of Gold. And here we go. We're getting into our next series, getting into our next match. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the red Zerg player. We have the South Korean Zerg representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is Shin. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player representing Team Liquid. It is SKillous. Here we go. Are going to be settling in. So far, so good. SKillous getting across the map very early on, looking to delay and deny the expansion. Will be able to. Zoning Shin away. This time there is no hatch block. This time Shin is not being anywhere near as cheeky, at least not in Whispers of Gold. Also, welcome one and all to one of the smaller maps in the map pool. Very short rushes and spy ground, and in general a very aggressive map. This goes both ways. We've seen a lot of aggression from Protoss players and aggression from Zerg players alike, and we'll see who's going to be able to get in the face of their opponents that much faster. So far, hatch, gas pool. So far, so good. Also, before I forget, you know what time it is? It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chats as you get your Gamba going. Coming into this, if this was like maybe 2 months ago, I would say that Shin was the heavy favorite. But now in current era of StarCraft, at the end of 2024, SKillous has been improving so much that I do think it's going to be quite close. I would love to see an ace match. I would love to see a game 3 between these two players, but we'll see. We'll see if it is going to be the case here. We'll see if we can go the distance. I hope so. Do hope so. Also, welcome one and all to the final WardiTV Monday of the year. I just realized that as well. The final WardiTV Monday of 2024. Not the final cast of the year. That's tomorrow. Of course, tomorrow is New Year's Eve. And we do have a cast planned coming into New Year's itself. Ideally, we'll be celebrating New Year's here on the channel. Well, let's go. I mean, technically, if the games are really fast and really short, then we might not actually get there. But we'll do our best. We'll do our best. Speaking of, I should actually message Yaku. I want to... I haven't even messaged him. I need to ask him if he's keen to cast. Do you hope so? I don't know if he's free. Meanwhile, it's going to be a Stargate opener. Stargate into Void Ray. Interesting. Not going for an Oracle. Now, with this Void Ray based opener, the goal here is to hide the tech, to keep the Zerg player in the dark. There is one Overlord here at the natural. And it should soon be hunted down. I was... Oh, you're coping, Yaku. You're coping. Este Yaku. True, he was very sick and very unwell last week. He'll tell you he wasn't, but that's just because he had... It was all just a fever dream for him, and he just doesn't remember any of it. It's like, I wasn't sick. I just don't remember the past 2 weeks. True, true. Este Yaku. But if you're feeling better, if you've recovered, Yaku, then we can cast tomorrow. Let's go. So now we're settling in. Lings, they do get across the map. There is an Oracle here to defend. Moving out. Does move out towards that third base. Queens are in position. The Void Ray does defend. Lings are zoned away. And it looks like SKillous is just going for a standard follow-up here into double Oracle, into a Twilight Council, into a Forge. So despite going for the Void Ray opener, he is going for a standard follow-up. So just playing mind games. No crazy hidden tech. Of course, Shin doesn't know that, but at least we do. Shin going for a safety Roach Horn timing, 5-minute Roach Horn. What do you expect to see? Not going Ling Hydra, not initially. Catching out 2 drones, getting almost a third. Almost. Gasito. Oh, right, my apologies. Yeah, my apologies. Didn't quite realize that that it was still showing UAD Soldier. Have since fixed that up. As we have SKillous going for his Gateway Explosion. I believe he's on 2, yep, soon to be 6, so he's going up to 6 gateways. So we'll see if SKillous does commit into 2 extra gateways and just goes for an 8 gate 3 base all in. We'll see if he commits. Lings, they flood into the natural, into the mineral line. Getting 1, getting 2 adepts. Shield battery's not done. Lings are forced back. Still good trades though by Shin. Taking down 2 adepts. Lings, they do hit the natural. And Shin, he's going for his own all-in. Let's go. I mean, I mentioned before that this map does favor aggression. So Shin, he's going for a Queen drop across the map, who's going for a German taxi. Queens, Dropper Lords, Roaches, all going to be massing, all going to be sent across the map. All off of a sub-3 base economy, 56 drones. Meanwhile, SKillous is going for his own aggression. I mentioned before, he's rushing into Blink +1 into a 6-gate setup. Did I say 6? 8. Okay, so it's going to be a dynamic that I don't see too often. It's going to be an 8-gate versus a 3-base Roach Queen all-in. I think I actually favor SKillous here. We'll see. There just aren't going to be that many Lings, and the Roach Ravager is exposed. Speaking of, Drop Lord goes down. Queen falls as well. Massive pickup. One of the Ravagers falls as well. Bit of miscontrol out of SKillous. It does pull away. Does save the Oracles just barely. Lings, they come in for a surround. Otherwise, oh my god. Battles don't quite connect. So far, SKillous he's holding. He is holding on, massing up more Stalkers. Let's go all in versus all in. 1 Oracle goes down. Yeah, massive pickup. That means the Lings are that much more effective. Clouds popping up. Going for the shield battery. But the Lings, they're running out. And without Lings, the Ravagers are exposed. Nice battles here on the Warping and Stalkers. 2 Stalkers go down, but the Ravagers are going down one after the other. And SKillous, he should be able to not just hold on, but completely shut this down and then counterattack. Yeah, he dives on the army, takes everything down. The Protoss all-in is it has just that much more potential here. Yeah, it cleans up everything. The Roaches, the Ravagers, the Queens. GG gets called, and SKillous takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Again, ideally against that kind of style, against the composition that SKillous was going for, you do need a higher link count. Unfortunately, because Shin was going for a Roach Ravager Queen all-in with link support, there just weren't really many links to speak of. Roach Ravager Queen in general does trade quite poorly against Mass Blink Stalker, as you saw. Once the link buffer evaporates, there's just nothing left to protect those Roaches, those Ravagers, or those Queens. It was also just a really rough start. If you remember, the Drop Lords got sniped, the Drop Lords got completely shut down, the Queens as well, and SKillous, he snowballed from there. Did snowball from there. So GG, SKillous takes the lead, and we'll see if Shin can bounce back and force the ace match. Oh boy. Now what I will say is that, again, as we were talking about Whispers of Gold, as we did mention at the time, Whispers of Gold, that is the map where we see all-ins more often than not. Like, all-ins are very common on Whispers of Gold, and we just saw them all in each other. In the next game, though, something very different. We're going to be loading into a much larger map, into Frostline. So curious to see how our players do adapt and how they change up their builds here in Game 2, as we should be seeing something different. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Frostline, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is Shin. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is SKillous. Here we go. So my apologies, I will have to just realize I have to adjust the Twitch title. Now we're going to be settling in. Un momento. Okay. Now we are going to be settling in. And again, the pressure is going to be on Shin. For now, Shin just going for hatch first. Hatch into pool into delayed gas. Not for too long, but the gas is going to be slightly later here for Shin. With this can lead into just the earlier queens, slightly earlier lings. And should be looking to stabilize. Also, I should emphasize, welcome one and all to Frostline. Frostline is one of the larger maps in the map pool. We do very often see players like Shin embrace this just because of how difficult it is for a Protoss player to defend on 4 bases. Even on 3 bases can be quite difficult. So even though the map is a little bit larger, the bases are more exposed, and we have seen players like Shin go for similar builds to what we just saw previously on Wisps of Gold. I'm referring to, 3 base all-ins off of Roaches, Ravagers, Queens, Drop Lords as well. That's more of the aggressive play that we expect on this map, to try to pull apart their Protoss opponent, or maybe even just 3 base like max out on Ling Hydra. There are different forms of aggression, but aggression nonetheless. We'll see if skills can keep up. Let's see if he can keep up. But now we're just joining. Third base now on the way for Shin. Likewise, SKillous settling in back at home. And we'll soon be going for our initial unit of choice. It is Stargate. Stargate into, I would imagine, Oracle. Last game we saw Stargate into Void Ray. I wouldn't be opposed to that again, but there it is. Oracle first out of SKillous. No crazy Void Ray opener this time. I mean, that's the other thing that was a big factor last game, is because of the Void Ray opener, Shin didn't know how committed SKillous was. He didn't know what kind of build SKillous was going for, so Shin was in the dark. Was blindly going for his own build. As the first Oracle has arrived, is moving out. SKillous taking his third. SKillous is going to be taking his third base. And we have a very different follow-up. Okay, Twilight Council alongside a Robo. This feels like an Archon drop. This feels like an Archon drop. What I mean by that is Twilight Council into Robo typically means a Templar Archives, which leads into High Templar, which leads into an Archon drop. We'll see if that's the case here. But this is a bit of an older school opener, an older school build. We see this a lot on some larger maps. This allows you to get into a really early, really hefty Immortal Archon-based composition. And we'll see if we throw down that Templar Archives. Prism is on the way. Lings a threat and a counterattack. No, there it is. I was like, where's the temple? Where's the temple archives? It is a little bit delayed, is what I will say. Typically, you want the temple archives lined up with the warp prism, so when the warp prism gets across the map, you can warp in the High Templar immediately. So this does look a little bit delayed. We'll see how well it lines up. Regardless, as we pointed out earlier, Archon drop. That's what it is. And again, this is a build that Creator is very fond of, for example. Showtime does this every now and then, and clearly SKillous is fond of it as well. And as we were mentioning previously, this does allow you to build up a very large Immortal count and Archon count as well. And then you just build up this death pool of an army going Charge Lots, Archon, Storm, Immortal. It's terrifying. As, oh, we do force a recall, catching out the first Archon. Very nicely done by Shin. Archon does survive. High Templar did as well, but this does delay any kind of map presence that SKillous should have had. Again, with this opener, you need to be active. Oh. As Shin, he is aware, he pulls away. Shin just buying time, droning up, getting his third up and running. His fourth is on the way, taking towards roaches. Oh, this is a bold move, going for the Spire. Okay, I see you. Throwing down the Spire after the Oracle goes away as well. So far the Spire is hidden. Now, the reason why Spire play can work really well in this position is because no blink. Like, again, Shin, after seeing the initial Twilight Council, the initial Temple Archives, and Archon drop, he knows that there's no Blink Stalkers. He knows that this leads into Charge Lots. So without Blink Stalkers and without Phoenixes, I mean, hey, Mutas, they can pop up. Now Lings, they do flood into the mineral line. Zealous gets surrounded. Archon forces to morph in. Now, if the Archon count gets high enough, of course, the Mutas, they cannot engage into 5, 6, 7 Archons. That is true. But Mutas, they typically don't want to fight the main army anyway. They want to head towards the mineral lines and wreak havoc in the economy. Or to the economy. As the Spire is about to finish. So far, unscouted. SKillous diving into main with the Oracle. And it looks like he should get the Revelation, but alas, he does not get behind the base, he does not scout, does not get eyes on the tech. So Muta production has begun. And what's important here is that this is not mass Muta. I think there was potential for mass Muta, but it's going to be 6 Mutas that is enough to one-shot probes, and behind this, +1 range. That tells us we're going back into Roach Ravager. So Mutas only to harass. As SKillous is going to be expanding. Unfortunately, a little bit off-center, but it's fine. Getting his fourth. We spoke earlier about that death pool of an Immortal Archon army. I mean, that's what we're building up. We have 4 Archons and 5 Immortals. Mass Storm. SKillous, he will replace that building. Thankfully, did notice it was off-center. But my concern was the Mutas. SKillous looks like he did swap the Mutas with the Zealots. Stalkers warp in, Blink is halfway done, and SKillous, he moves out. The Oracle! Oh, the Oracle gets caught, massive pickup. Bailings, they roll into the mineral line. 12 workers go down. SKillous, he does somewhat hold on, but that's a lot of losses. He tries to move out, but again, Shin, he's max on Ling Roach Ravager. If Shin had made more Mutas, if he had invested into like mass Muta, then SKillous could 100% just go for a base trade. Just go for a base trade, move out, and try to end the game, and potentially win. But alas, only 6 Mutas, they hunt down the Warp Prism, and this means that Shin does have a ground army, and SKillous cannot push, not yet. And Shin is maxed. Shin, he does have eyes on the army, on the base. It's pushing in from both sides. No force fields. Bailings, they roll on in. Nice storms. Nice initial storm. Likewise, just zoning back the Ling Bane. And SKillous, he does fight well, but he loses the base. The fourth base goes down. And honestly, that is all that Shin has to do. That's all he has to do. Just deny the base over and over and over again. Just make sure that SKillous cannot expand and cannot get a fourth. Shin is remaxed. Now, what's important here is that sure, SKillous is losing his bases, but his main army is still intact, and he's slowly building that up, and he has a comparable, if not greater, army than Shin. So in a head-on fight, I do favor SKillous, but it's not about the head-on fight. If the fight occurs early enough, then Shin, he will have enough time to rebuild and remax and build a second army. So we'll see where the fight does occur. You can see SKillous moving in towards bottom right. Shin does respond. Spine Coils are buying time. A massive amount of Bailings are morphing in. So far, SKillous maintaining himself. A big Storm Shield on the Bailings. Storms, they pop off, but most of the Immortals are going to be going down. Yeah, the Bailings, they crash in. Oh, that was what? 3 Immortals falling, down to 2 left. And I don't think SKillous... Oh, no, I don't know! At Templar, they're out of position. They get thrown away. And SKillous, he collapses on the army. He's going to break through. He's going to shut everything down. The Immortals, the Archons. No more Storms. And SKillous, he will lose everything. He will lose everything behind this. No fourth. The fourth base is still not up and running. He has no economy. And Shin can just snowball from here. He is just snowballing from here. Just starting back SKillous. And we'll just start step forward. He ignores the fourth base, just goes straight for the main army. Zoning it away. Making sure, yeah, he does get secure damage at the fourth. And again, these are trades that SKillous just cannot afford. Expansion falls. Shin, he backs off. And his hive is done. He has a hive, is getting into +3. Even though SKillous does survive, he's not really living here. He's up against the wall. Meanwhile, big shout out to Magnamon in the chat. Papi Ga. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing for the first time with Twitch Prime. Thank you. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Gracias. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft. Hope you enjoy the casting. Welcome to the pond. As again, Shin from here, getting another expansion, getting a 6th base, up to 80 workers. Does he have Adrenal? He does. Adrenal is already done. Working towards lurkers. As he does deny the 4th base, Bailey's they roll into the middle line. The 3rd goes down. The middle line, 17 probes full. And SKillous is just being pulled apart. He's going for one final move out. Again, he no longer has any Immortals. He does have a lot of Storms available, though. That's a lot of High Templar, a lot of Storms. And Shinny just counterattacks. He evacuates the expansion. Abandons his hatchery at the same time. Lings, they hit the 3rd. SKillous pushing deep onto creep. And again, Shin, all he has to do is trade. Just trade against the army. Bailings, they roll in. They force out the Storms. Oh my god. They take down an Archon. They get the 1. Lings, they knock down the 3rd. SKillous, he's down to 2 bases. Broodlords have arrived. A little bit overkill, but sure, why not? 5 Broodlords. They're ready. Once again, Storms being forced out. High Templar looking exposed. 1 High Templar, 2 High Templar go down. Massive pickoffs, no more Storms. And GG gets called. Shin ties up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. GG. We are going all the way to game 3. And again, we spoke about it at the beginning of the game, and it stands true. Winding it back, if you remember, one of the big features of Frostline, how exposed the 3rd and 4th are. The bases, they're very spread out, they're very isolated from each other, and they're very wide open. So typically what we saw here between Shin and SKillous is what we're used to seeing on Frostline, where regardless of which player is aggressive, whether it's the Protoss or the Zerg, whoever has map control, can make it so difficult for the opposing player to actually maintain their 4-base economy, as they're just pulled back and forth, left and right, and just very difficult to defend those bases. We saw that Shin was able to successfully just deny the economy and force the all-in out of his opponent. And the move out was looking quite intimidating. If you recall, there were a lot of Immortals and a lot of Archons, a lot of Storms as well, but unfortunately there was some mismovement between some of the units, and SKillous ended up losing everything real fast, real quick. GG. GG, well played. And now we're going to be loading into a much smaller map. Smaller here compared to Frostline. A very defendable map though is what I will say. We're going to be loading into Ley Lines. I'll say Ley Lines is maybe one of the more standard maps in the map pool. I mean, it's hard to say at this point just because I guess each map has its own unique features nowadays. Regardless, we are going to settle in. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg. Representing Gaimin Gladiators, it is Shin. And spawning in the bottom, or in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player representing Team Liquid. It is SKillous. Here we go. Chat, why is my guy Shin slamming 76 Banelings and Archons instead of doing a run by at the 3rd? He did both. But Kendall does thus. He can slam into the Archons and knock the Archons down, and likewise also go for run bys as well. Did both. He did both. As we do see Shin moving out with the drone, going for a hatch block. Again, Shin, he's quite fond of this whenever he can get away with it. Do have the hatchery back at home. Basically, the goal here, if this hatchery was delayed any further, then Shin would have enough money for the hatchery. Here, not quite. He did get his expansion, will delay the expansion across the map, but looks like the hatchery will not be placed, and SKillous should be able to expand. Oh, there we go. Drone is going to be shut down, and with that we can just settle into a much more standard opener. Shin is taking his gas, getting to a spawning pool, likewise SKillous establishing his own setup here. We can just settle in. Now when it comes to the features, as we are denying the gas steal, let's go. Do you see Shin just being as annoying as possible in the main? When it comes to the features of Ley Lines, as we did mention, the rush distance by ground is shorter than that on Frostline, but the 3rd and 4th base are much more defendable on this map, just because how close they are to each other. As a reminder, on Frostline, the 3rd and 4th base are on opposite ends, just opposite ends on the map. There's no easy way to defend against them, no narrow choke point. They're a lot more wider, a lot more spread out, a lot more wide open. Here it is easier to defend, but the downside, of course, is the rush distance by ground. So there is a give and take. In general, what I will say, because the bases are easier to defend, we do often see longer games on Ley Lines. Do see a lot of mid game, even mid to late game as well. And we'll see who can thrive in that kind of setting. We shall see. So now we have our tech of choice. Going to be a Stargate opener. Stargate into Oracle. So SKillous will soon move out. A Deadpool threatening a Shade. Just scouting. Just checking for gases. Checking for early tech. Early Evo chamber. Early Roach Warren. SKillous just making sure that Shin is on the up and up. Now SKillous can move out. On a map like this, I don't really expect anything too crazy out of SKillous. I'd expect like triple Oracle Opener into a third base, into Forge and Twilight Council. If SKillous does deviate, then we will point it out. Ooh, that is an earlier Twilight, okay. Wow. Well, we'll point it out. Very early Twilight Council out of SKillous. It's going to be much earlier than usual. Because of that, there's no Forge, as you can't afford a Forge with it this early on. This could be one of two things. Ooh. This actually looks like, it looks like the Clem build. So, I believe what this leads into, one, really early Blink. Obviously, really early Blink Stalker aggression. This may just lead into a 3-base all-in. As the Oracle gets across the map, 5 drones going down and the larva as well. Very nice damage. 5 drones do fall, both Oracles do survive. Shin getting caught out of position. Ling's moving out. But I believe the last time we saw this was on Whispers of Gold. That's it. It was on Whispers of Gold against Solar. Against Solar in the Master Gold Team qualifiers. Here comes the Gateway Explosion. Blink is on the way. I really need to be honest, I really need to rewatch that Solar SKillous series and really just nail down the tells of this build. Because I believe this is it. From here, getting into 6 gateways. But I really should do so. So now Shin is being zoned away. Shin back home just trying to reestablish his bases, going to +1 melee. Shin is skipping roaches. Ooh, he's skipping roaches. He's going Lings into Hydras. I believe he's going to be vulnerable to the Blink Stalker aggression of SKillous. So I'm concerned. Nice around though. Lings, they do catch one of those Stalkers. Yeah, that should not have happened. One Stalker goes down. Second Stalker as well. Massive pickups. SKillous bleeding out Stalkers early on. Before his upgrades do kick in. SKillous massing out more Lings. Lair's almost done. Again, that's going to be it for the Hydra Den. SKillous is going to be moving out, but again, he will have significantly less Stalkers than he otherwise should have. We see Shin attempting another counterattack. Nice now these Overlords. And the Overseer as well. So far, good reactions out of SKillous. Does defend back at home. He rotates around towards the 4th. Queens are exposed. Ooh, they should not have been here yet. 3. The Queens are going to be going down. He gets 1. The other 2 do escape. They do survive. Lings, they race back. Oracles, they come into support. And they will be able to. Queens, they try to zone away. The Queens are exposed. 1, 2 Queens go down. The Oracles, they can just wreak havoc. And Shin, he can't quite defend. He's going to try to do it with a hatchery. It might just go down. It's getting low. Shin coming in for the surround. Another Queen comes in to support as well. Forces the recall. Shin holds. Whew. Shin does hold on. Does bring down one final Queen. Again, that was close. That was very close. I do think there was an opportunity here for SKillous to get even more damage. Again, he was able to kill all the Queens, but didn't really get a handle on the Ling count. As Hydras are amassing, and Shin held. Shin held. He's now able to saturate his 4th base. Droning up. Shin survives. Now behind the SKillous, he's taking up even further. Into charge, +2. Working towards Colossus production. Interesting. I'm a little bit concerned just because the 4th base is delayed for SKillous, but now the 4th base is going to be turned down. I do stand by it being late though. As SKillous now expands. Shin, he's able to enjoy a very healthy economy. He's up to 83 drones at this point. This is where I do think it was a little bit necessary for SKillous to get even more damage earlier with his Stalker move out. Remember, remember SKillous, he did delay his 4th base in favor of that move out, and it gets cancelled. An even greater delay on the 4th. I mean, it was already a little bit late to begin with, and now even more so. And even though the supplies are neck and neck for the time being, Shin, he will soon be able to max. And he's maxing out on Lurker Tech as well. Lurkers are amassing skills. He has to move out here and now. Lurkers are just about to finish. Lings, they get across the map. Lurkers are revealed. So Prism goes down. A bit of miscontrol there by SKillous. Lings are going to be cleaned up. And across the map, SKillous is trying to gain ground. As Colossus has arrived, should be able to defend. Fourth base this time gets saved. SKillous holds. He's now pushing in. The lurker count is building up. Once up to 4 lurkers, now getting up to what, 12? 11 lurkers for Shin. SKillous, he can no longer push into this. SKillous, he has missed his window, he's missed his timing. And now he's forced to tech. Again, this is a reaction to what just happened. A reaction to all these lurkers. That is, of course, going to be Sky Toss. Kill not a cancel. Hatchery goes down. SKillous, he denies the 5th. Nice damage nonetheless. Lings once again get into the mineral line. SKillous rotating. As he does dive in, gonna be able to take down 1, 2, 3 of those lurkers, getting a 4th. Not bad. Doesn't lose too many stalkers. Regardless, Shin will hold. Once again, going for a run by. The shield battery wasn't replaced, not yet. May come into play. SKillous, he keeps rotating, keeps denying the 5th base. Base is cancelled. Mothership is on the way. Storm as well. And even though Shin has been enjoying a higher worker count, he hasn't really been able to make use of it. Not completely. He needs that 5th. 5th base on the way. Getting into Lurker Tech. Oh, sorry, the Hive Tech, I meant to say. Shin still needs a little bit more time. Likewise, SKillous, he has begun Sky Toss, now with the carrier. 2 more Stargates on the way. And so far, I've been quite impressed here by the rotations of SKillous. Denying bases, picking up some key units. Lurkers, they do have the high ground. And they're pushing in towards the 4th. Can SKillous move into the... Oh my god. And not quite. And SKillous caught between the armies. Lurkers pushing in. Stalkers are coming from behind. It's going to be a rough trade for SKillous, bleeding out a lot of Stalkers. Yeah, it's not quite worth it. His army's getting low. We'll clean this up. But that was a costly trade. Knives from into the main. Mothership has arrived. SKillous, he should be able to respond. Likewise. Oh, High Templar exposed. He gets 1. He gets 1, almost 2. Oh my god. The cloak coming in clutch. Cloak pops off. Lurkers, they get into the main. Knives from dude complete. No detection. Yeah, no detection in the main base. Observer should be on the way. Stargates going down. That's 2 Stargates falling. Observer does arrive. SKillous moving out across the map, but again, SKillous, he did lose most of his army earlier. And it feels like SKillous, he's running out of steam. We'll finally clean up all the lurkers. Does clean them up. Finally. Maintaining those Colossus as well. I will say that something that SKillous is fortunate about is that there are no Vipers. Typically, Hydra Lurker Viper is the go-to. We have Hydra Lurker, no Viper. No Vipers, no abductions. No direct counter to the Colossus or the Mothership or these high-tech units. Speaking of counter, the Lings, they do slip into the natural. The wall is wide open. Robes are going down. And now we're pushing in. One high Templar does fall. No storm. Wasn't able to storm in time. SKillous still looking for a way in. Shin finally gets a fifth fully operational. Oh no, a bit of a misrally. Carrier gets thrown away. And just a rough misrally here out of SKillous. Here's an expensive loss. The armies are maxing out, but I do have to favor Shin's composition currently, at least. I mean, there's not really much Skytels here. There's one carrier, there's no Tempest, there's two more carriers on the way, but the carrier production was heavily delayed because of the Night Storm earlier. So it's still a shaky setup here for SKillous. On the Nidus. Tempest production has begun. Likewise, Shitty is now working on those Corruptor upgrades. Now going to be forcing a recall into the natural. Just the one carrier though. Good, denies the Nidus. Let's go. The first Vipers on the way. Por fin, papi. Vipers coming. And despite how tense the mid game has been, both players, they are maxing out. Max at this point. I'm still not fully in love with the composition that SKillous is working with, but again, he's getting there. He's slowly refining his army. Is getting to that point. Hydra's a threat and a dive. So far getting punished. Corruptor production has begun for Shin. No Greater Spire yet. There we go. Greater Spire now starting up. Oof. Storm goes up on the Hydras. So we got a nice Storm. As we mentioned at the start of the game, I mean, we've reached that point here on ley lines because they're defendable, much more defendable, I should say. Some of these bases are compared to other maps. These towards longer games, and we're here. Getting into the late game. Nice snipe on the Tempest. Goes down. Hydus into the main. SKillous does notice. Does respond. Will knock it down. Hydus is denied. That is a lot of supply in a gateway army, which again is also why I'm a little bit concerned. Does feel like we're lacking certain units here. Despite that nice trades with the Colossus, expansion is going to go down. Go for the yoink. Getting a carrier. Nice pickup. Oh, nice Storm though. Storm goes off on the Hydras. SKillous rotating, rebuilding those Tempest. Rebuilding the Skytoss. And really, Shin, he's just waiting to try to catch SKillous off guard. Catch him overextending with one of those high-tech units. Picking away at the army. See Shin working towards Broodlord. Infestor, Corruptor, Viper. No Broodlords yet, but he does have the Greater Spire. He's getting there. The Tempest count is still quite low, so you just can't really get much value here. 2 Tempests going to be going down. Nice deductions. No more Tempest left. Oh, as Corruptors, the dive gets... Oh my god! The dive does get punished. Shin taking some massive storms to the face. There we go. Broodlords on the way. 12 Broodlords in production. Again, this is typically where a higher Tempest count is going to be required. As the answer to the Broodlords. So far, SKillous just making 2 Tempests at a time. Now getting into massive mortar production, which again, it feels like this is a little bit late. We're getting there. Corruptors building up. Shin just almost going full Sky Zerg. But there are those Infestors. Massive Storm of the Corruptor. Shin attempting to slowly push forward. Revelation does get eyes on all those Broodlords. SKillous is aware. Oh! Templar under fire. Broodlords poking in. Now they can threaten the mineral lines. Skytoss army is attempting to punish. 17 Corruptors. Tempest count is getting higher, up to 5. A lot of this will come down to the engagements, will come down to how SKillous can try to pick away at the army. Broodlords pushing in. Oh, do we go for the fungal? Ah, it does connect with the army, but again, there's no real follow-up. SKillous forced to evacuate. Oh, 1 Broodlord goes down. Ah, the cloak doesn't quite do enough. Nexus falls. Getting decent value out of those Tempests. Still on 5. He just goes for the dive. Yeah, he commits. He gets 1, he gets 2. 2 Tempests go down. Massive storms to the face. Tempests are being rebuilt. SKillous is building up to 6 Tempest. A much more comfortable kind of Tempest count. SKillous is getting there. Building up his own bank, taking bottom right. No saturation yet, but should be getting there. Should be working on it eventually. Now, my biggest concern here is, again, because of how tense the mid-game was and how back and forth it was, and even here as well, Shin has been denying some bases, but has been trading out his army. Because of this, the banks are quite comparable to each other. Ideally, the Zerg player wants to have a larger bank as their army is more disposable. That is not the case here for Shin, at least. Not yet. So his lack of bank is concerning. Does it duck 1? He gets 2. 2 Tempests go down. Oof. Let's get those abductions up. Now, the reality is, if one fight does swing too heavily in favor of one player, then, I mean, despite the other having a larger bank, it may not matter in the end. The game may end before the bank gets spent. And we do see that very often. Is something to bear in mind. So players for the most part are on their ideal upgrades. We have +3 armor now on the way for Shin. +3 flyer carapace even. Shitting around. Fungal goes off. Catches out the Tempest. Likewise, slow zone to protect the Tempest. So far, so good for SKillous. Did have to expend that slow zone. So there's going to be some dive opportunity here for Shin. Speaking of, oh! Gets one Archon. Nice feedbacks. Templar going to be going down. The zoning storms, and Shinny's had enough. Yeah, he's just had enough waiting. He goes for the dive. Mass power bombs here on the carriers. Dives on the main army, and he will clean every single carrier up. Are there enough Archons, though? The Archons, they shut down the Corruptors. Yeah, the Archons, they will clean house. Stalkers, they dive on the Broodlords. But is there enough anti-air? The Stalkers are going down. Yeah, the Broodlords do survive. And despite SKillous holding, he does have an army supply lead. He has no more Skytoss. And the Broodlords, they can still rain down on this army. They can still rain down on the bases. No more Tempest. The Tempest count is building up. We have 20 Hydras in production. Oh my god. That's a lot of Hydras. The problem here, though, is that we still have a ground army. I'm not so sure if Hydras are really the correct answer here, not gonna lie. Especially because the Broodlord count was maintained, I don't think it would have been the worst idea to just go back into Corruptor Infestor. Like, just to maintain the same army. Just because of all those Broodlords, but we'll see. I'm just concerned that the Hydra is going to struggle against the Tempest army that's being rebuilt. As once again building up more Tempest. SKillous pushing in. Shin, he just burned through his bank, by the way. Those 20 Hydras, I mean, that was the one remax. That was the remax, the attempted remax that Shin had. And now he's broke. Now Shin is losing bases, losing his economy. And Shin has just been trading too inefficiently here. And now SKillous, he can just rotate. Denies the bottom base, now denying the northern base as well. Shin, he's trying to respond. The Broodlords, they're slow, they're out of position. Hydra's coming in, show us the storms! Up! Storms, they zone away. They zone for now. Fungal's gonna be popping up. Not quite. But Shinny's bought enough time. The Broodlords are coming. And I don't think SKillous should be here anymore. Not against the Broods. Oh, nice feedbacks. Is going to cost him a High Templar for two Infestors. So you're trying to chase this down. I'll say a better trade for SKillous at the same time. The second army moves in. There are lurkers to defend. And it does feel like SKillous, he has done it. Again, even though Shin has a comparable army and has been able to hold on, what about the bank? Right? What about the economy? What about the bank here for our players? SKillous has been that much more efficient. It's a 5k, 3k bank, which is insane. Almost 4k gas even. That's a lot of gas. Nice pickups. SKillous just poking in whenever he can. Pick up an Infestor here or there. Shin diving in, zoning back the army. At the same time, SKillous going for a counterattack, and this base is going to go down. Like Shin, he's completely out of position. Gonna try to trace the base for a base. Here comes a recall. And SKillous, he can take this fight. Spinning back the army. There's the cloak. SKillous getting cornered, but who surrounds who? Yeah, SKillous, he comes in from behind. Neural on the Tempest, mass storm on the Corruptors. On the Hydras as well. The Corruptors, they just crumble. They do go down. Likewise, so does the Observer, the Overseer even. We're coming in with this round. Revelation popping up. Observer comes in from behind. There is detection. And with that, SKillous, he will clean up this army. Takes on the Lurkers, takes on the Broodlords. And SKillous, he will take it. Did go all the way to the ace. Match was an intense one. Game 1 and Game 2, very small, very short games, I will say, but here in Game 3, went to the late game. GG gets called, and SKillous, who will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the quarterfinals. GG. GG, well played. Shin getting impatient is what I will say. If you remember, when both armies were maxed out, there was that one moment, like 5 minutes ago, when Shin, he decided he had enough, and that's when he dove into the center of the map, when he dove on the army. That's when he power bombed all the carriers. That's when he just threw away all of his Corruptors. And after the fight, sure, he did kill all the Skytoss, but what remained was Mass Archon Stalker. And that is when, of course, Shin decided to remax on Hydra. And again, to be fair, he only had like a limited remax available as well, just because he was trading inefficiently throughout a lot of that game. He did remax on Hydras, and he just was slowly outscaled by his opponents. Even if he did decide to remax on like Infestor Corruptor, I don't know if he could have brought it back from there. SKillous just had so much momentum. GG. GG, well played. Whew, that was intense, Pappy. That was GG, well played. SKillous does take it, and the question becomes, does he have an opponent? What's going on? Let's find out. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look back yourselves. Let's catch up on the rest of the bracket here, as we do have an opponent. Let's slip into those DMs. Slipping into those EMs, it looks like we have multiple matches getting ready. Oh, okay, from the top. Okay, from the very top, we have Clem. Clem takes down Geralt at 2-0. Clem advancing on a face-off against Classic, not Gumiho. As Classic took down Gumiho 2-1, went all the way to the ace match, but Classic did take down the Terran opponent, the Home Story Cup champion. And with that, we have Clem versus Classic in the quarterfinals. Fun fact, that series is just now beginning. I do have the option. I have the option to join Clem versus Classic, but we often do stick with our players that we do cast from previous rounds. So even though I could jump into Clem versus Classic, best of luck to whoever's covering that series. We will be following SKillous into herO. I feel he deserves that, man. He deserves it. So we're going to be following Nikita into his PvP, as herO did take down Goblin 2-0. Scrolling down a little bit further, do we have some other results coming in? We do. Oh my god, a lot of results actually. ByuN takes down Rogue 2-0. ByuN takes down Dark 2-1. Went to the ace match, but ByuN, he's flexing his TVZ, takes down 2 Korean Zerg players. Likewise, Cure takes down Solar 2-1. And of course, Shin went down, so all the Korean Zergs have since fallen. And we have a plethora of Protoss and Terran instead. I think actually purely Protoss and Terran. Yep. So purely PvTs from here on forward. We have Zan versus Cure. Winner goes up against ByuN in the semifinals. Here we go. So best of luck, as, oh my god, right, I'm sorry, my apologies, I glossed over it. I was like, no, yeah, Cure versus Zan. Zan does take down MaxPax 2-1. GG, very impressive result here out of Zan. What I will say, PvP is Zan's best matchup. PvP and PvT, those are his 2 strong matchups right now. PvZ is where Zan struggles, but hey, I don't see a Zerg. I don't see a Zerg left down here, so Xiaoni can do well. I mean, a lot of these players, they have potential here. They're all quite close in skill, and best of luck to all of them here as they face off against each other. But that is a big win. Again, MaxFax, he was the number 2 seed of the tournament coming into this, but now he is out of the event. It's out of the WardiTV Monday, so GG, well played. Xian does take it, and with that, that leads us into our next match, into that PvP. Do you need a moment? Do you need a moment to just set things up? As the Vitos are done. Vitos are done. And looks like our players, they need a moment. They need a moment before we do jump into our PvP. Just catching up. Here we go. Just catching up. Oh, hello, Pappy. Hello. I've been watching you on YouTube for a while. One of your 2.1k subs. Glad to catch you alive to say thank you. Oh, thank you, Jay Paralyzed. Thank you. Do appreciate it. I know we've been getting a little more attention on our YouTube as of late, so thank you so much for finding us, of course, for finding us, tuning in live. I mean, we also stream on YouTube as well. We do also stream on YouTube, but thank you for the kind words as we are jumping into our quarterfinals. Let's go. I guess this is also a reminder to all those that are watching on Twitch. If you can't tune in live, if you want to tune into the VODs, then YouTube is the place to be. We upload VODs on a daily basis over on YouTube. We have a lot of content. we have a lot of content on YouTube, Pappy. It's all there. It's all available to you if you wish. Otherwise, we're jumping into our next series, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Frostline, we have the... Oh, hold on, I'll just... There we go. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Protoss player representing Team Liquid, already causing a massive upset, bringing down Shin. Can he do it again? Can he take down herO? It is SKillous. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. Get your gamba going. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. Live, but that works too. SE2 love, let's go. Hola, like, oh, El Poño, papi. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Good to see you. Good to see you. Hope you and hope everyone is having a great end of year. Happy holidays, and of course, soon to be Happy New Year as well, as we're getting closer and closer to 2025. It's in less than 24 hours, actually. It's crazy. At least here in Australia, as we have just gone over into midnight. And yeah, Happy New Year's Eve. Happy New Year's Eve, Pappy. Happy New Year's Eve. Oh my god. Less than a day away. Let's go. Oh my god. As we are going to be opening up, we do have a herO going for a 2-gate opener with a proxy across the map, and it looks to be a proxy Stargate opener. The probe is being left with the pylon, so that does tell us that we intend to commit to a building here, and this will not be a bad location for a Stargate. But we'll see. Keep an eye on herO. Back at home, SKillous also opening up with a 2-gate as well. So 2-gate openers all around. Double adept out of herO. And there is the never mind. Is going to be a robo, not a Stargate. It is going to be that much more committed. herO, he is setting up for He's setting up for a proxy War Prism initially. It's going to be for a War Prism, ideally to drop these units into the main. And we can commit even harder here with extra gateways, with Immortal production as well. herO can pop off. And so now you see SKillous zoning back the probe. Checking the vision, SKillous, he did confirm that the pylon is missing, so he's aware that something is amiss, something is wrong. You can see SKillous, he's looking for the pylon, trying to figure out, is it a real proxy, is it a fake one, is it a Stargate, is it a Robo? As it upside get across the map. Well, the move command! Yeah, rough move command, and one sentry is going to go down. As it's still one shot away, and here he will catch it, will find it. Sentry falls. SKillous expands. And herO has yet to. What I will say is that herO, he's still only on 2 gates, and he may still expand behind this. Speaking of, the probe is in position. No, Immortal. Never mind. The probe is in position, but it's only for show. Only for show, as herO is committing to the proxy Immortal. Prism has arrived, dropping into the main. 2 adepts, they can one-shot workers. SKillous, he is somewhat in position for at least a proxy Stargate. He's in position for Oracle defense. Adepts, they do get in, and that's a massive tell. Now SKillous knows. Now he knows that it is a proxy Robo. Extra gateway gets thrown down. SKillous trying to keep up. Does cancel the natural. Yeah, again, he's aware of the all-in. So a strong reaction here by SKillous. Going for the gateway, going for the Twilight Council into Blink. But remember, this is a late response, late gateway, late tech. And SKillous, he's supply blocked. Oof. Yeah, that is a brutal supply block for SKillous. Gateway's under fire. herO is completely all in. We'll get the gateway. Gateway goes down. herO pushing forward. Up. Nice juggling. Saves the stalkers. Tries to lock down his opponent. For now, is going to be zoned away. SKillous going for the proxy himself. Setting up for a counterattack. Nice force field. Once again, here he does save his units. Blink is almost done for SKillous. He needs a couple more seconds. He needs a little bit more time. Up. As here he shades into the main. Alas, SKillous, he's ready for it. He's holding. He's holding on. We'll lose another gateway though. It's getting low. Yeah, one more tank shot. One more tank shot. One more immortal shot. There we go. It goes down. And again, SKillous just trying to buy more time. Clutch force fields. Blink is done. And he can try to dive in. Going for the immortals. Zoning them back. Now with Blink, SKillous can be more assertive. He can actually move forward and try to snipe either an immortal or the Warp Prism, then Blink away. So far, stemming the tide. Still, adepts, they do shade into the main. That's a lot of adepts. Likewise, SKillous trying to dive on those immortals. But here he gains ground. He forces his way into the main. Finally gets up the ramp. And with 3 immortals, I don't know if SKillous can hold against this. It's just so many immortals. Yeah, they shut down the Cyber Core. No more Stalker reinforcements. Only Zealots. And here he has done it. He has broken through. He could commit a little bit harder, but SKillous, here he backs up. Is he gonna expand? Okay, sure. I mean, he's respecting the setup quite a bit. The concave is impressive, but we could just keep going. Yeah, here he might be looking to expand. Cybercore rebuilding for SKillous. I mean, here has like a 20 supply lead. He's just calming down. I don't know if he needs to, but he is. Meanwhile, SKillous coming in from behind, going for the backstab, forcing the recall. Okay, just the one immortal. It is going to be enough. herO elevating into the main. No, he doesn't see! SKillous! He has no idea. That's very unfortunate. SKillous is out of position. I mean, recall is on cooldown. And SKillous could try to abuse that, but there we go. The entire army just elevators into the main. Getting behind the middle line, forcing the recall. Is a high stalker count. herO falling back. Does pull away, picking up a couple of workers. Sniping the cybercore. The boys are being pulled. And SKillous, he can only shut down the Prism. Prism goes down, no more reinforcements, but pushing into 3 immortals, still a difficult thing to do. He gets 1. Does focus on 1, he gets 2, and he's going for the final immortal. But losing so much in the process. GG gets called, and herO, he will snowball out of control. He will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. herO again, just committing to the all-in. Unfortunately, it took a little bit too long for SKillous to realize what was happening. As a reminder, SKillous, he had a delayed reaction to what was going on just because it was a late scout. By the time he realized herO, he already had momentum. He already had control of the low ground, pushing into the main and just gaining value, picking off pylons, picking off gateways. We saw a lot of supply blocks as a result. And GG. GG, well played. With that, herO does take a lead, and now we're getting into game number 2. Oh, game 2 is going to be on King's Cove, a much larger map. Oh, yeah, a much larger map here in the map pool, and we'll see how our players approach this. I'm waiting for SKillous to all in his opponent now. I'm waiting for the reverse to be a reality here, and for SKillous to go for the proxy robo. We'll see. As there are a lot of proxy locations. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have our South Korean Protoss player leading the series 1-0. 1 game away from advancing on to the semifinals. It is herO. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Protoss player representing Team Liquid. He's already caused 1 upset here in this tournament. Can he cause another? It is SKillous. Buen día, papi. Buen día, buen día. Here we go. As our workers do move out. And we'll see which player decides to be the aggressor this time. The big feature, of course, of King's Cove, 1 is how large the map is, and you see the probe somewhat being active. I'm curious where this worker does head from the side of SKillous. The natural base is relatively well defended, especially considering the ramp coming into the natural. It is a little bit further out, but still narrow, still very abusable nonetheless. Very defendable, I should say. Likewise, third base also has its own ramp, also well set up. But my eyes are on this worker. Show us what you got. I'll be honest, it looked like SKillous, he was rallied towards this more standard proxy location, but because the probe did scout him, SKillous, he did avoid that more standard location instead. You can see here, he's actually rallied to check this position, and SKillous instead proxies on the right. And yeah, you can see here, just going straight for this cliff face. Again, originally SKillous was going to proxy here, but he was forced to avoid it. So here he's looking for the pylon, looking for the proxy. There it is, proxy robo. So SKillous, it's his turn. It's his turn to go for the 1 base all in. He's had enough. He wants to be the aggressor this time. And herO is going to be the defender. Now, already early on here, he's very suspect as to what's happening. He's very much so on alert. If you remember last game, a big reason why SKillous had a really rough start is because he was expanding. This time herO is not. herO, he is not expanding, he's not wasting money on a Nexus. I'll do now the scouting probe. And, yep, robo opener. Very safe play out of herO, going for the robo back at home. This means early immortal production. There we go, third gateway as well. So this is just a much earlier, much stronger response early on out of herO compared to what SKillous did last game. So already I'm liking herO's position. Meanwhile, the initial immortal's on the way. herO moving out. Oh. Almost catching the adepts. Thankfully, SKillous does cancel in time. Cancel, we can see here it just forces his way up the ramp, trading 1 for 1, and going for the second Stalker. From here, he can just out-trade the adepts as well. So some nice trades here by herO. Oh, we'll lose another Stalker though. Not bad. SKillous turning back around. He catches out the Stalkers with the proxy immortal. Love to see it. He gets 1, soon to be 2. Oh, Urabas, 1 more shot. Almost. 1 shot away, but now herO, he's fully aware of the all-in. Back at home, he's setting up. He's got a sentry. He has an immortal. Final Stalker goes down. Pushing up this ramp, it's not going to be easy here for SKillous. Does have high ground vision. Going for the gateway. Last here, he has his own prism. He has his own immortal. herO just elevating down to the low ground. The armies, they will pass by each other. SKillous pushing up the ramp. herO, he's been out. He's stuck on the low ground. Prism gonna be zoned away. herO gonna go with this fans down. Massive supply block as well. The boys are being pulled. There's another force field. And with that, SKillous, he may just take this. Oh my god. Prism is getting low. The immortal does come in. But SKillous, he's all over this army. Gateways are depowered. Reinforcements, they come in. And GG gets called. SKillous, he will tie things up 1-1. We are going to the ace match. GG. herO just getting a little bit too fancy. herO, he locked himself out of his own main. That's basically what just happened. Yeah, just a really risky maneuver for herO to drop onto the low ground. And once SKillous saw that, he's like, oh, I guess I'll just walk up the ramp. I'll just walk up the ramp and I'm good to go. Yeah, herO just out-positioning himself there, and with that, GG, we're going to game 3. And the question becomes, as we're getting into the ace match here, is who proxies who? Game 1, herO proxied, and he won. Game 2, it was SKillous. Game 3, do we proxy each other, or do we end up in a much more standard early game state? Here we go. Getting into that ace match. And this is going to be on Whispers of Gold. Interesting. A much smaller map. Is prone to proxies and all-ins. We've seen plenty of that here on Whispers of Gold, and we may see that again, as spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the South Korean Protoss player, we have the Blue Protoss representing Weibo Gaming, WBG, being forced into the ace match. We'll see if we can bring it back. It is herO. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the Red Protoss player representing Team Liquid, tying up the series 1-1. It is SKillous. Who's going to proxy this time? Who's it going to be? Let's go. Okay, we're back. Sorry, just closing the door. Oh, good. But now we have our initial openers. We have seen herO go for these more greedy openers from time to time. That is true, but I feel like in this series, based on how things have been going, it'll be quite risky for herO to go for a gate cyber opener. Speaking of, do you see what I see? I don't see a second gateway. herO, he's going for the gate into Cybercore. herO, he's asking to be all in. On Whispers of Gold? I'm not too fond of this. Bold move out of herO. There's the Cybercore behind the mineral line. SKillous does go for a standard 2-gate opener, and he's going for a proxy. And herO is cutting corners and being greedy. Now is not the time to be greedy. So we'll see how this goes. Based on the pylon positioning, this might just be proxy Stargate. If this is proxy Robo, I do favor SKillous 100%. We'll see what it's going to be. The Cybercore is just now about to finish. Cybercore is done. Robo. Proxy Robo out of SKillous. SKillous does have an advantage here. herO, yep, gate into Cybercore. That is a Nexus before the Stargate. Oh my god. This is, even MaxPax doesn't do this. You know, this is even greedier than the MaxPax opener. Typically, MaxPax would open up with a Stargate before the expansion. This is expansion before the Stargate. So again, just herO cutting corners. The probe scout, I believe from SKillous, he saw the Nexus timing, and SKillous, he's going to be feeling pretty good about this. He hasn't necessarily already won the game, but seeing how early the Nexus is, SKillous, he should be feeling quite confident. As Stalkers move out, herO, he's still in the dark. He does confirm that there's no expansion, but that's still not a full tell of what's going on. Adept does slip in, though. That should not have happened. Adept gets into the mineral line. Probe's going to be going down. Well, herO wreaking havoc, getting a second probe. He has 2 workers, getting a 3rd probe as well. Oof, 3 probe kills in the main. And herO, he should fully be aware of what's going on now. So very nice damage, and again, that should not have happened. herO going to be opening up Oracle. Stasis in the main. Let's go. Void Ray follow-up as well. herO, he's setting up for the defense. SKillous dropping into the main. Going for the warp in. This stasis may be a big factor. Oh no! As he walks in, and the stasis is brutal. 1 Stalker survives, and herO is buying so much time for the Void Ray. So much time to respond. herO, he's holding. He's pulling it off. Stasis here across the map. Nice bait. Nice bait with the wild dog. The stack stasis. So the stasis goes off, gets a Stalker, gets 3 probes in total. Not bad. Prism goes down. No shot. The Prism goes down, and herO, he holds. herO, he completely shuts down the all-in. herO, he's on 2 bases. He's saturating. He has a worker lead. He has an economic lead. And what was potentially a strong start for SKillous is now falling apart here. Now, he's not out of this yet. He's still reinforcing SKillous. He's still completely all-in. But he's lost a lot of momentum. He's lost a lot of steam here. Losing his initial move out. Losing his Warp Prism. His reinforcements are delayed. And SKillous is going to try to win the game. Adept goes back into the main base. Oracle as well. Stasis goes off. Catches half the mineral line. And this is it. This is the final push for SKillous. Either it works or it doesn't. As time goes on, herO is just getting further and further ahead. Now getting a 3rd Void Ray. He has Prismatic Alignment. He has 2 shield batteries. And SKillous just doesn't really have enough here. He's got how many? He's got 11 Stalkers. I mean, if herO overextends, then sure, then SKillous can punish, but as long as herO plays safe, he should be perfectly fine. And speaking of, very nice force fields, locks down the army. And SKillous, he has to go for the dive. He will maybe get 1 Void Ray, not even. GG, and herO, he will take the series 2-1. And herO advances on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played. Very impressive game there out of herO. Despite cutting so many corners, he was able to shut down the aggression, the stasis trap going off, the initial adept harass into the main, the oracle harass into the main base as well. herO, he was just all over SKillous, and herO, he got away with murder there. And again, SKillous, he was completely all in, and he failed to deal critical damage early on, and it all just fell apart from there. GG, well played. Whew. With that, herO does advance on, and now we need to take a moment here to have a look at the bracket itself and figure out where exactly we are and what are we covering next. That is the question. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Also, a big shout out to SKillous. By the way, SKillous, he took down Shin and he almost took down herO. I'll be honest here, like there's a world out there with SKillous. He will take this series 2-1 and take down herO. Like there's a world where that is a reality. Not this world, but it was close. It was close nonetheless. So GG, well played. Shout out to SKillous. No shame here in going down to herO, as herO is the best Protoss in all of South Korea, one of the best Protoss players in the world. So no shame whatsoever, as it does bow out of the tournament. And I need to figure out where Wardy is. That's my goal. Wardy, he's in the ace match of Zaun versus Cure, and so is Steadfast. So they're stacked up. Both Wardy and Steadfast are covering the same series. Meanwhile, we have updates. We do have updates here from the top. Let's catch up. From the very top, we have Clem. Clem takes down Classic 2-1. Went to the ace match, though. Shout out to Classic. Went all the way to the ace match. Clem does take it, so we have the upper semifinals. It's going to be a best of 3 between herO and Clem. Let me quickly just set that up. And they will be facing off. Meanwhile, we have the lower semifinals. As I did just mention, both Wardy and Steadfast are covering the ace match between Zaun and Cure. Either one could make it through. Cure took down Solar, Zaun took down Max. ByuN took down Dark, and ByuN is waiting for the winner of Zaun and Cure. Either a TVT or a TVP lower semis, and of course TVP upper semifinals as well. All the Terrans and Protoss facing off against each other. Now, because Wardy and Steadfast are in the ace match, regardless of how that series goes, we won't be able to jump in mid-series as they're in game 3. But the question becomes, what do they cast? We will be covering one and then the other. The way this works here is that both semifinals are going to be casted. So we're going to be following Wardy into either the winner of that series against ByuN or Clem versus herO. I'm assuming that the upper semifinals is going to be played first because they're ready first. That's usually how things go, but we'll see. We will see. Guess I'll get ByuN's match ready as well. ByuN Shopify. Looks like we have confirmation. Okay, we have confirmation. Clem versus herO is going to be the first series. Sorry, the first semis. So first is going to be Clem versus herO, and then it's going to be the lower semifinals. Again, that makes sense. That's usually how it goes. It's whichever one is ready first is going to be the first semis. So we have confirmation. We're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, Clem versus herO is going to be up next. And then after that is going to be ByuN's match, whichever one that is. Catching up. But with that, we're going to be going on a break. So take this moment to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, and hydrate all of your hydras. When we come back, we will have those semifinals. We'll have herO versus Clem. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OC as we returned with the semi-finals of the WardiTV Monday number 16. Shout out to Zan and Kira, by the way. They had a banger of a quarterfinals match they just wrapped up, which means we can finally embrace the semi-finals. Let's go. These two players have been patiently waiting the entire time, and we are jumping into our best of 3 PVT. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of King's Cove, we have the French Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming WBG. It is herO. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck in the chat as we do embrace our semifinals. As a reminder, though, I say as a reminder, there is a new update, a new kind of way of doing things here in this final WardiTV Monday of the year. Zan and Kira, they just wrapped up, and I believe their match versus ByuN is going to be happening at the same time. Typically in WardiTV Monday, we cast one semifinals and then the other and then the grand finals, but I believe this week it is going to be a little bit different, and both semis are going to be happening at the same time instead. So we do have a bit of a faster bracket as a result. Regardless, we're going to be settling in, and we do have initial openers. It is going to be double gas out of Clem. Meanwhile, we do have our Gate Cyber expand out of herO. Here we go. And again, this is going to be a rematch. We have seen both herO and Clem face off time and time again. They have been facing off very regularly in these online events. Again, herO is a very active player in the online tournament scene. Likewise, so is Clem, so it's only natural that they face off so often. And we'll see which way this goes this time. Both herO and Clem, they often go back and forth. We do often get a bang over series going into the ace match more often than not as well. We'll see if we can get that here in a best of 3, though. As I believe this is a rematch of last week's finals. Let me just double check that. I know that we weren't able to cast WardiTV Monday number 15. I do recall that at least. But what about 16? Sorry, 14. What to say? Yes, so this is a rematch. Back 2 weeks ago in WardiTV Monday number 14, Clem versus herO. They were in a best of 5. They went all the way to the ace match, and it did go all the way. It did end up going Clem's way. Did go in favor of Clem, just barely. We'll see if herO can get his revenge. For the time being, we do see Clem poking in. Just poking and prodding. We do have our take of choice. Going to be a Twilight Council opener out of herO. Meanwhile, back across the map, Clem with double gas going into Reactor Reaper Hellion. A much more assertive, much more aggressive start here from our French Terran player. With Reaper Hellion, the goal here should be to bust into a mineral line and to wreak havoc to the economy. To get some probe kills. We'll see if he can. As for now, we do see herO zoning Clem back. I'll zone him away. So far, trading with the army. Does get eyes on the entire setup here. The Adept and the Zelda are going to be going down. And from here, it's going to be on Clem to just counterattack across the map. We'll lose a Hellion in the process. One Hellion goes down. Oh, doesn't quite get the Stalker. But herO, he bleeds out his units, and back at home, what is it to defend? Nothing. Warp Gate is still not done. One Stalker has arrived. It's going to be 2 Stalkers against how much? Against 3 Reapers and 1 Hellion. We'll see if Clem can break through. As Clem is still reinforcing, still rallying more Hellions and Reapers across the map. Doesn't quite break through initially. And there we go. 2 more Reapers have arrived. And Clem, he does bypass the Stalkers, heads straight into the main. But he's zoned away. So far here he's keeping up. Is able to keep up. Blink is on the way. Catching out one of those Reapers, catching out a Hellion as well. Yeah, very nice cleanup. Then he takes out another Stalker. And soon to be another, actually. Yeah, not bad. In the end, the trades have been 3 Stalkers and 1 Adept for 3 Reapers and 3 Hellions. A back and forth trade. A more expensive trade for herO is what I will say. We don't have too many Stalkers early on. We see Clem continuing his aggression, going for a Widowmine drop follow-up into additional Raxes and a tank. Going into tank Raven. So the aggression does not end. herO, though, he is ready for this. He has 2 Stalkers in the natural. Is in position. It's going to have our back and forth. With this defense, herO, he can now expand, getting a 3rd. Meanwhile, Clem is building up on 2 bases. Getting into more Marines, tanks, eventually into his upgrades, into Stim, combat shields. WardiTV has arrived. Oh my god. That was very close. But herO defends. Losing 1 probe to the WardiTV. Likewise, herO, very nice blink, very nice positional play. Hunting down the Reapers, but they do get into the main. Just getting a scout, getting an eye on the gateways, getting an eye on the timing of the 3rd base. But last, herO does defend. He defends, we can settle in. Is going to be the Bay and the Forge as a follow-up. Working towards eventually Colossus production and head towards the mid-game. I mean, welcome one and all to King's Cove. King's Cove is one of the larger maps in the map pool. I know the last time we were here, we saw some crazy proxy and aggressive play in the PvP, but here in the PvT, we're headed towards the mid-game into 3-base saturation. The 4th is more contentious. Here on King's Cove, the 4th base is much more exposed, specifically on this map. You can see here the center base, you can almost get a 360 surround. Here on the left-hand side as well, it's a little bit more isolated, so it can be quite difficult to maintain a 4th base and maintain a 5th base as well. The rush distance by ground does assist you, that is true, but we have seen a lot of shaky fights, or very contentious fights, I should say, in the center of the map. We'll see who's going to be the aggressor and who's able to assert themselves across the map, whether it's herO or Clem. As Clem is getting his 3rd TC and being more macro oriented, not going for a 2-base all-in. Likewise, Colossus production is well underway. First Colossus has arrived, and both players are just calming things down and building up. And we shouldn't really be seeing a move out until the upgrades kick in. I'm referring to combat shields and +1, and they're about to finish. And Clemmy moves out. Now the move out is spotted by the observer. herO, he's fully aware. He does spot the move out. herO should be proactive with his army to slow this down. But now Raven Harass is keeping him busy. And herO is setting up a counterattack. Okay, bold move. I mean, again, herO, he knows that the army is out in the middle of the map, so he knows that Clem is vulnerable back at home. Stellar Drop is coming in. Raven Harass here towards the 3rd. Getting 3 probes. And boosting forward. Tanks, they do siege. A quick siege here out of Clem. At the same time, Zelce busts into the mineral line. But there are reinforcements back at home. herO going for the warp in. Getting behind the main. The tanks are exposed. Yeah, tanks are exposed, going for the blink. Ooh, the blink is punished. Yeah, very good WardiTV positioning here from Clem. The tanks, they do siege up. And Clem, he's looking to deny the expansion. Force a cancel in the 4th. Oh my god, and the 4th base is going to be cancelled. Nicely done here by Clem. Again, that's all he wanted. All he wanted was deny the expansion and back off. So from here, he tries to retreat. Does siege up in time. Yeah, massive tank shots going up. Oof. herO trying to break through. He will get 1. He will get all 3 tanks. Just barely. The Colossus goes down. But herO will clean this up. It does even punish most of the reinforcements, most of the rallying army. 1 medevac survives. 2 marauders. And with that, who did have the better trade? On the one hand, Clem did kill the expansion, but imagine if Clem had gotten home with 3 tanks and with the rest of his army. That's the problem here. You can see it was 3 tanks, 11 marines, 2 medevacs going down. This army could have survived, but as we saw, Clem, he was intercepted. He didn't quite make it back home in time. And here he responds by double expanding. It makes sense. Like here, his base is late. It's behind, or he is behind. So he has to double expand to catch up. Raven Harass once again into the mineral line. Clem has to back off and lick his wounds. Getting into Viking production. And we have a back and forth. I think in general, I do favor Clem, just because of the delayed economy. It's going to take a little bit longer for it to really kick in. So until herO gets his 4th base and even his 5th saturated, he is still recovering. Meanwhile, Clem is taked up into Vikings and Ghosts. So far, Clem with a solid army. Also, did I open predictions in the chat? If not, I apologize. I think they were open. Wait, did I close them? Hold on. Hold on, I'll double check. I may not have. Does everything gets put out? Okay, yeah. I just wasn't sure if I had open predictions. I did. They were open previously, but now we're settling in. Oh, meanwhile, we have herO getting himself he's getting a 5th. He's getting a 5th Colossus. He's crazy. He has 4 up to 5. Usually we would stop at 3 and then work towards disruptors instead. A very bold move here out of herO. Now the reason why you don't build up this many Colossi is because of how much overkill they do, how much there's just extra damage or wasted DPS there is. Meanwhile, the army flanks in. Vikings, they shut down the first Colossus. And the Colossi, they're going to go down one after the other. This is not the fight to take here. herO's going to lose everything. He has to retreat. He has to back up. We'll lose 1, 2, 3. Soon to be all 4 Colossi. Yeah, and Clem just overwhelms the army. Snowball's out of control. This is also why you don't want to put all your eggs in one basket, specifically when it comes to splash damage in PvT, when it comes to all those Colossi. Once one falls, so do the others. As Clem, he had plenty of Vikings. And here his army crumbles. He does have a standing army, but it's barely being held together. And Clem is almost maxed. He's almost maxed out at this point. They're catching out all the Stalkers. Good positional play here out of Clem. And here, I mean, even when it comes to the army that he has, it's mainly Zealots. It's a very cheap army, as it's all he can really make. Zealots take go for the tithe. Once again, Colossus goes down. There's no anti-air. There's nothing to stop the Vikings. Yeah, just absolutely nothing to stop those Vikings as both Colossus fall. And Clem, he can just stim and win from here. He can stim. He can win. Moves on forward, takes down the gateways. Barely any army left. EMP connects. Yeah, it was just a rough decision to move out when herO did, to be active when he did as well. Against that many Vikings. We have one Colossus coming in. Vikings, they just land once again, going for the stim. Colossus does survive. Okay, herO, he's holding on, just barely. Did cost him 15 workers, and the Colossus is barely still surviving. Oh no, it goes down. Colossus falls. Clem, he has to back up. And again, his reinforces that it's just barely not enough for Clem, as he is being forced back. But again, Clem is under no real danger. He just waits for his reinforcements to arrive, as he still has enough to keep pushing. herO, he lost his 4th. Let's have more Zealot reinforcements. Now the EMP lands. Another EMP lands. We still have one Colossus remaining. Disruptor production now finally has begun. But it does feel a little bit too late for that. Technically, we have seen players with Disruptors recover from like a 30-40 supply deficit, but this is an 80 supply deficit. Like this is this is just far too much. No shot. Disruptors are good, but they're not that good. Colossus goes down. So does the 4th base. Sorry, the 5th base even. Does reset the Viking count, but alas, herO, he's huffing a little bit of copium here at this point. GG gets called, and Clem, he will take game number 1. GG. GG again. Clem initially having a strong move out, a strong push, able to shut down and deny the 4th base, and we saw that herO, he had committed to just a heavy Colossus count, getting up to 5 Colossus, which was insane. We saw Disruptors, but that was at the end of the game. Typically, you do want to get into them a little bit earlier on to support your main army. Alas, instead, he just doubled down and committed into mass Colossus, and Clem was able to catch out the army, was able to overwhelm. With that, GG. GG, well played. That does give us game 1 in the books. Clem does take a lead, and now we're getting to game number 2. Let's go. Jumping into game 2. It's going to be on Frostline. It is going to be on Frostline. Meanwhile, Cure vs. ByuN, I believe, should be happening at the same time as this series. I believe they're still mid-series. They're over on the Korean server. We'll be catching up with that series after this. For now, though, we're jumping into game 2, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Frostline, we have the French Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player from South Korea, representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. I hope he can. It is herO. Here we go. So now we do have our setup. As a reminder, last game, Clem did open up double gas. He went for a double gas opener into Reactor Reaper Hellion. He was very committed early on with the Reactor Reaper Hellion. Didn't quite get a lot of economic damage, but he was able to trade with the Stalkers at least. We'll see how Clem does deviate and how he does adjust. And so now 1 gas. Single gas opener this time, so Clem is going for a Rax into a faster command center, into a CC, most likely on the low ground. We'll see if he throws it down in a safer position on the high ground instead. We'll see how safe or how greedy he is. As herO will confirm. Moves down to the low ground. And will attempt to delay the expansion. As Clem has the minerals, and there it is. CC has been thrown down. So as opposed to the previous game, Clem is going to have a much more economic start. This means that herO is going to be much more comfortable in the early game, should be able to maintain himself, and instead it's going to be up to herO to try to punish this in some way. As he does hide the probe behind the mineral line. Does try to keep it hidden. Probe dips in too soon. Too soon here. As it was mistimed. Probe goes down to the Reaper, so ideally you want to wait a couple more seconds, wait for the Reaper to leave like it is right now, and then the probe goes in to delay the expansion, but that was a little bit premature out of herO. With that, the probe goes down, and Clem can freely move out. Meanwhile, we do see herO opening up with the Twilight Council. Clem is looking for proxies, making sure there is no hidden gateway. It is going to be Twilight Council, should be Blink from the side of herO. And Clem back at home just getting to his own 1-1-1 setup. It should be 1 Rax, 1 Factory into 1 Starport. Adept has arrived, will threaten the Shade. Same time, Clem, he bypasses the main army, moving out across the map. There's that Starport in production. Adept does come into the Shade. Second Adept does come in from behind. Marine's going to be going down. Not bad. 1 Adept falls. Meanwhile, the Reaper gets surrounded. Gets 2 probes, though. Not bad. But herO's getting even more done. 3 SCVs. 3 SCVs go down. Lost mine time is 1 in the main base. Not bad. Nice economic damage out of herO. And we do see Clem following this up with a double Widow Mine drop. Going for more committed drop play. And again, the purpose of this mine drop is not to do damage. The purpose of the mine drop, I mean, damage is just a little bit of a bonus here. It's a cherry on top. But really it's just for scouting. Just to get a read on the tech of choice, whether it's the Twilight Council or Stargate, how many gateways, how committed is the tech, how late or how early is the expansion. Again, just a little scouting information for Clem. Does move out. herO shutting down the Hellion. Clem dropping into the natural. Does boost in. Going for the drop. Here he does react in time. Pulls away. Widow Mine into the main. Likewise. The retarding. Oh, okay. Retarding a little bit late. Just gonna be 2 probe kills. 2 workers going down. Back at home. Clemmy defends. On sound of Stalker. And so far so good. And as we mentioned, with that we do scouts. It's 3 gateways in the main base. We have 1 gateway in the natural, 4 gate blink. Checking the vision, I believe Clem saw everything. Yep, he saw all the gateways that herO has. He knows he has to set up defensively back at home. Bunkers, tanks. There's 1 bunker on the low ground, 1 tank so far. 2nd tank's on the way. I do feel like herO is vulnerable, especially in the main base. And we'll see if herO can push in. Again, herO, he intentionally delayed his 3rd in favor of extra gateways and extra warp pins. And he's going for the tank. But the 2nd tank has arrived just in time. herO, he's rallying across the map. It's on herO to break through. There it is, 4 warping in 4 stalkers at a time. Pushing towards the natural, he blinks in. Goes to the dive. Oh, he gets punished for it. It's going to be bleeding out 1, 2, 3 stalkers. But herO did get the tank. That might just be enough. Going behind the mineral line. Picking off some SCVs. Going for the warping as well. And there barely is not another auto turret. Boys are being pulled, and herO is not trading too badly here, at least not yet. Auto turret gets thrown down. Blinking further into the natural. Getting 14 SCVs. And he does save the stalkers, at least 4 of them. 14 SCVs going down, dropping into the main. Catching on more SCVs, at least trying to. Last Clem, he will defend. Does defend, but that was a lot of economic damage. Now, there is a bit of a give and take here. Oh. And that is the fact that herO has yet to expand. 4-gate blink is not necessarily an all-in, but you do typically expand behind the move-outs. herO has not. So on the one hand, that was some good economic damage, but on the other hand, I would say that Clem, he still has a better economy. He's up in SCVs plus mules. herO just now expanding. It is a late 3rd base for herO. Wait, what? I was a little bit perplexed, but okay. Double Prism Harass, let's go. They're not even hitting in different places, just double Prism into the main. And they're both going to be denied. I am a little bit concerned for herO, not going to lie. herO rotating. Looking for another way in. Alas, this time stim is done. Observer does confirm the tank setup here at the natural. 3rd CC in the main, confirming that there is no 2-base all in from the side of Clem. But Clem is looking good. It's looking quite solid here. He's got 4 tanks. herO back at home, he has to expand. Taking up into DTs, into Shadow Stride as well. Oh, Shadow Stride got cancelled. But here comes the Dark Templar. I mean, when behind, right? When behind our... Nope! Oh my god. Calm down. The Warp Prism. Clemmy moves out. Well, the Warp Prism does hit the main. Marines are in position though. Oh no! Prism goes down. 3 DTs as well! That was a big loss. That was a massive loss for herO. 4 Dark Templar and a Prism. For what? For what, 2 Marines? As more Marines are getting picked up here on the front lines. Clem does stim forward. Tank's getting within range as well. And herO's up against the wall and Immortal goes down. Stalkers, they commit to the dive. The punish is real. The tank volleys and the Widowmines as well. And Clem is just snowballing out of control. We'll pick off every single Immortal and there's almost nothing left to defend. GG gets called and Clem, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played, congratulations, a solid performance there out of Clem. And without my condolences to herO. It was an intense series, what I will say. And game 1 was more back and forth, definitely. Game 1 was a little more back and forth, but in the end, Clem, he was just a little bit too solid. And likewise, as we were emphasizing here in game 2, even though herO did kill 14 SCVs, it was not enough damage because herO was basically all in. I was shocked myself when I saw that herO had not expanded. He had not expanded, he had not taken a third base for so long. Because of that, he had to do even more damage. By the end of it, Clem was still up in SCVs, and he was still up in mules and up in economy. GG. GG, well played. And with that, I believe do we have a series? Do we have our lower semis? The entire time, ByuN and Cure, they should have been mid-series. They should have been in-game. If that is the case, I'm not entirely certain as to whether they're in Game 1, Game 2, or Game 3. Trying to figure out what's going on. Hoping to figure out what's going on. As, again, Kira and ByuN, they were facing off against each other at the same time. So we might just go on a break. Might just go on a break here. And we'll see what happens for the grand finals. Regardless, it might be a PvT. Oh. Yeah, it might just be a PvT. For those that are curious, over the past couple of weeks, Clem has been avoiding the TvT matchup, and he has been off-racing as Protoss. And again, Clem has arguably the best Protoss in Europe right now. That there's an argument to be made when it comes to the power of Clem's Protoss and how dominant he has been on the European ladder. He is the highest rated Protoss player on the EU ladder, at least. So yeah, we've seen him take down some of the best Terran players in the world. We've seen him take down players like, or go toe-to-toe against players like Gumiho, of course, take down players like ByuN, take down players like Cure as well. Clem is an animal when it comes to his Protoss, and yeah, it's very much so viable for him. So we'll see. We'll see if he does play Terran or Protoss in those finals. Regardless, he'll have a Terran opponent of some kind. And yeah, I guess until then, we're going to be going on a break. Until then, we're going to be going on a break. And when we come back, we'll have some updates. We'll have some updates for what's been going on. Until then, take this time to enjoy yourselves. Get some snacks, get some food, get some water. Drain your disruptors, massage your marines, and hydrate all of your hydras. Oh, as it looks like we have an ace match. Okay. Looks like we do have an ace match. Okay, no break, no break. No break, we have an ace match. Let's go. Losing DTs was game losing, even if it was already behind. Yeah, that's sorry, I glossed over that, but that's also that was also a factor as well. True. Was also a factor. It was also a brutal moment. catching up. Does Clem have a couch? He might. He might have a couch. I'm sure he does. But yeah, as is being stated, coaches aren't necessarily too heavy of a thing in SC2. They come in from time to time. For example, like ByuN coaches Maru every now and then, and by coaching, really it's just like advice or help when it comes to mindsets, things of that nature. Trying to like calm someone down or pump someone up, like in an offline setting. So for example, we've had instances of ByuN coaching Maru. We've had instances of Lambo coaching Raynor, for example. I think Raynor has asked several for coaching. I don't think that's happened though. But I do remember that, for example, at a time. So yeah, like every now and then we have like an instance of that, but it's not really seen too often. It's not really prevalent in StarCraft 2 at least. Not as much as it used to be. But here we go. We're getting into the ace match. We're getting into game 3, and spawning in the top right hand corner of Amygdala, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent going for the proxy 2 racks. We have the other South Korean Terran player, the red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets for this final game, for this best of 3, best of 1, for the ace match here in this best of 3. Best of luck. Best of luck. Now, if ByuN opens up economically with a racks into expand, then ByuN's going to be in trouble. Straight up. So I'm a little bit concerned. Thankfully, ByuN, he is SCV scouting, but no, ByuN, he will scout and he... Oh! He checks, he does check, he does confirm, he does get eyes on the racks. Is very nice scouting here out of ByuN. Thankfully, he's aware of what's going on. With that, he should delay his expansion, should go for the factory in the main instead. He wasn't quite set up for a double gas opener, unfortunately, so it's a bit of an awkward setup here by ByuN, but knowing is half the battle, and he knows. He at least is aware. Sense of taking care of players, Mana is a manager. That is true. And that is a little bit more impactful when it comes to team league matches. You know, Mana will take the reins and like organize players, for example. That is true. Field players as well in team league settings. As so far, ByuN, he does pull the boys, does make sure he maintains his position. He has the high ground advantage, of course. Bunker is done at the ramp, factories on the way, CC on the high ground as well. And so far, ByuN is doing well. He's doing well for himself. Cure from here, he has to start to transition. Back at home, there is that factory. So far, Reapers, they do try to break through. Oh, they do catch the Reaper here. ByuN. Reaper goes down, Marine as well. Good trades here out of Cure. He has higher vision, taking down the SCVs. So GG gets called. Too much damage too quickly there, and Cure, he will overwhelm. He will take down ByuN 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Just too many mistakes too quickly there for ByuN. It was brutal to see that Cure, he got past the wall of SCVs. It was so crucial that that happened. Basically, he was able to break through the wall of SCVs, get on top of that Reaper, and as a reminder, even though ByuN scouted the build, what did ByuN do? ByuN still went for a racks expand. He went for the CC on the high ground. I believe that was a CC before the factory. As we were pointing out at the time, it was rough to see that ByuN did open up economically, did not open up double gas. So his factory and helium production was delayed. He had to rely on those Marines and on those Reapers. And also on top of that, ByuN did cut corners. ByuN, he made the choice, as we should head over to the American server. But ByuN, he made the choice only to get the bunker at the ramp. If you remember, there was a bunker at the ramp. He made the choice not to get a second bunker at the Reaper Cliff, which you would go for if you were trying to be a little bit more secure. In the end, Cure did punish the greediness here of ByuN. GG. GG, well played. Cure, he will take the series, and with that, we have our team kill in the grand finals. It's going to be Clem versus Cure in potentially a Protoss versus Terran matchup. Let's go. As a reminder, as we were saying previously, Clem has been playing and avoiding. He's been playing a lot of PvT and has been avoiding the TvTs. The reason for this is because Clem's worst matchup is TvT. It is typically what knocks him out of tournaments and what really gives him a hard time. So Clem has come up with a response. He's come up with an answer. How do you beat a Terran? You don't play Terran, you play Protoss. And it's been working quite well for him. He's been doing well. So we'll see if that trend continues. See if that trend does continue. As we're getting ready here for that next matchup. And we will soon find out which race Clem is going to play. Again, I haven't seen Clem play the TvT in quite some time, so we'll see. Here we go. As vetoes are underway, and once they are done, we will soon jump into the grand finals of this week's tournament. Regardless of how this goes, it is going to be a best of 5 grand finals. We're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have our next series, the final series of the night. See you soon. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals of the WardiTV Monday number 16. Oh, it's been an intense tournament so far, but we are down to 2 final players, 1 Terran and 1 Protoss. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have our French Protoss player, the red Protoss, representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, his teammate also representing Team Liquid from land of South Korea. It is Cure. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat, as this is a best of 5 grand finals. Here we go. And again, if you have not been watching StarCraft over the past couple of months, then you might be wondering, hold up, is Clem not a Terran player? He is a Terran, but over the past couple of months, Clem, he has been avoiding TvT. TvT is his worst matchup. It is his weakest matchup. That has been the case for a very long time, and he has been avoiding the TvT as of late and playing Protoss instead, and he's been finding a lot of success. He's been beating players like ByuN, like Cure. These top Korean Terran players have been struggling against Clem, or I should say Clem has been just looking that damn good as Protoss. again, I would say, I mean, we already know as well that Clem, he's the highest rated pros player, at least on the ladder in the European server. And you can make an argument for him even having stronger PvT than Max Packs. You can make an argument. I don't think I've seen enough of Clem's off race or his Protoss race to really say that with any confidence, but regardless, it's very good. Regardless, it is very good. Out of the Korean Terrans that we have yet to see Clem defeat, we haven't seen him play against Maru. I would love to see Clem versus Maru in a PvT. That'd be a lot of fun, just to really get a better gauge of how strong his Protoss is. But regardless, Clem is going to be embracing it here and now. This is very similar actually to Raynor. If you're familiar with Raynor, the Italian Zerg player, he also does typically avoid ZBZ and he plays Protoss as well. So you've got players like Raynor, players like Clem, players like Yiba, and some others as well that do prefer to play a different race than another, for example. They race pick in a sense. Do you pick their races? As Curie pokes in, going to be forced back. Clem is going to be opening up Twilight Council. Twilight Council into Blink, most likely. And we'll see how Curie responds. I should also emphasize as well, Curie, he delays his CC. He's going for a double gas opener, double gas into a 1-1-1. Delayed expansion out of Cure. Going into earlier Reaper, Hellion Aggression instead. Nice control so far. Ooh, SCV goes down, delays the CC. Nice pick up here out of Clem. Does delay the command center. As Clem, he shuts down one of the Reapers. Does barely shade away. And behind this, we have confirmation it is indeed going to be Blink. Nice SimCity here out of Clem to make sure that the Hellion Reaper does not bust in. And so far setting up on 2 gates. Zones away the Reaper. There we go. 3rd gateway's on the way, so 3-gate Blink out of Clem. Very set up. Never mind. Okay, so I don't think I've actually seen this out of Clem. Typically, whenever we cast Clem in this matchup, he's very mid-game focused and very mid-game oriented. But Clem, he's doing his best Max Packs impression. 3 gates in the main, 1 gateway here in the low ground, 4-gate Blink out of Clem. As a reminder, we saw herO attempt this previously against Clem in the semifinals, but herO did commit into basically a 2-base all-in variation where herO did not expand and take a 3rd. I expect an earlier 3rd base out of Clem, but regardless, an aggressive build here, and we'll see if Cure can survive. For now, Cure opening up with his initial Widowmine drop, Widowmine and 4 Marines into the main. Clem not quite in position. Workers are zoned away. Takes down an Adept. Ooh, 1 Widowmine is targeted down. Nice bait here. Nice attempted bait here out of Clem. Takes on every Marine. The Marines go down. Hellion into the natural. Ooh, getting a couple of probe kills. Not bad. Ooh, they do line up. 4 probes go down. Nice attack here by Cure. But he's cleaned up, and now it's time for Clem to counterattack. Checking the vision here of Cure. Cure, he did scout. Did see the gateway on the low ground. Did see the 3 gates in the main. He knows what's coming his way. Back at home, what does he have to defend? He has the bunkers are done. The bunkers on the way. Last is going to be 1 tank between 2 bases. Clem has potential. He does have potential to break through and deal critical damage. We can see Cure going for a counterattack with Banshees. Cloak is almost done as well. A 2nd tank has arrived. And does Clem dive? He will. He dives in and he does 2 shots. Takes out one of the tanks. Does take a lot of tank shots to the face. Now going for the bunker. Clutch repair. Cure, he holds. Yeah, Cure, he will hold on. Forces back the Protoss. Across the map, Cure, he does hit the natural. And remember, Cloak is done. Is there any detection? There is not. Observers on the way. Clem once again, he dives in. Takes down the tank. 2nd tank goes down. Nice control so far to Clem. Oh, good. Saving the Stalkers. Does save the Stalkers. Rotates into the main, but there is a bunker. And there is another tank. Banshee across the map, getting 7 probe kills. Finally, there is something to defend. Clem once again diving in. And not enough to break through. Cure, he's holding. Here he is holding on. Scan here on top of the observer. Now Clem is expanding. He's getting his third. To get 5 SCV kills, it is some damage. But for the most part, Cure, he's in a decent position. He's got a healthy worker count. He's on 2 bases. He's stabilizing. Going for another Banshee counterattack. And now Clem has to back up. And we'll see how we do settle in. General Cure, he's going to be up in upgrades. Banshee hits the natural. Oh, getting another 2, getting another 3 probe kills. Clem out of position. Let's race back home. He gets 1. Go for the other. Banshee cloaks, killing more probes. And more workers going down. Nice control here by Cure. And from here, Clem, he's forced to be pinned back, keeping Stalkers to defend, is being somewhat active to try to slow down any kind of move out. He can't push in. We see Clem also setting up for his own counterattack into the main whenever there is a move out. And Clem is going to attempt to stabilize, and he's going to try to take up into his own splash damage into Colossus. Now, what I will say coming into this is that Clem, he is up against the wall. He needs time. Clem needs time to build up and to get into Colossi. Cure once again going for drop play. Clem, he misses the move out. He's distracted by the main army. Picking up a couple of Marines. Drop into the main. Nicely timed. Oh. Dodges the mine shots, the control. Clem, he has it. We'll slip out. Gets a couple of SCVs, distracts the main army, at the same time drop into the main. Clem, not quite in position. He has to warp in. Army sims forward, takes down the medevac. Nice cleanup here out of Clem. Shuts down the medevac, doesn't lose too much. Banshee comes back into the main. Oh no! Yeah, a bit of a misrally here out of Clem. We'll lose the Prism, we'll lose some Zealots. And Clem is in trouble. Clem, he is in a lot of trouble here. Curious pushing out. Headed towards the 4th. A 4th base that I'm not so sure Clem can hold on to. Yeah, not like this. Just too much of a deficit. 4th base goes down. Clem, he can collapse on the army though. Takes down the tank. Takes down the Wooden Mines. Clem does have the supply lead, the army supply lead. And Cure has the overextended to get 10 probe kills. Another tank goes down. There's 1 tank left. No shot, and Clem is overwhelming. He overwhelms the main army. Cure, he did so well harassing. He did so well with his drop play, with his Banshee harass as well. But now he's down to 0 tanks. 0 tanks left. He lost all 3. Marauder's being targeted down. Clem, he's tempted to commit. Takes down the eBay. Snipes the Vikings. Denies a 3rd. And the momentum that Cure once had is not there. Not there anymore. Clem, he's bounced back in this game. Takes down a Marauder. Oh my god. As yeah, Clem, he just picks the army apart. GG gets called, and Clem with the comeback is able to take game number 1. GG. Very impressive play there out of Clem. Again, despite having a rocky start to the game, he was losing so many workers to the drop plate, to the harass as well. He did not quite do the damage he was hoping for with his 4 Gapeling Stalker either, but he was able to catch Cure overextending. Cure, he moved out with his army, he got caught out. His tanks specifically got caught out by the harass, by the counterattack, by the surround, by the flank, I should emphasize. It was an impressive engagement there out of Clem. Just punishing Cure and immediately counterattacking. And with that, GG. GG, well played. Clem takes the lead, and we'll see if he can extend that lead or if Cure can bounce back and make a series out of this. Here we go. See if he can make a series out of this. As a reminder, this is still a best of 5, so we have plenty of games ahead of us. Plenty more games to come. Don't you worry. So you can hear the beeps, and it looks like our next game is going to be on King's Cove. Here we go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of King's Cove, we have the red Protoss player, the French Protoss, representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. We'll see if we can extend that lead. It is Clem. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the blue Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. Here we go. I like watching Clem's Protoss. He plays a little more aggressive / reckless than the others. Kind of. I do think it's similar to herO's style of Protoss. What I will say though is that I do think that Cure was doing a really good job at abusing Clem. I don't know if you noticed, but because Clem was being so active and he was looking for any drop play, he was trying to catch Cure out. He was being active on the map intentionally so, but Cure, he was successfully able to sneak out units like his Banshees, like his Medevacs time and time again. He was punishing the more aggressive nature of Clem quite well. He was doing it quite well. Again, it was the early to mid game that was in favor of Cure. It was just the move out, right? It was just the move out. Cure, he did have a supply lead. I don't blame him for pushing. It's just the fight went so poorly, right? The fight went so poorly. The tanks were on siege. The Widowmines didn't quite connect the way that he hoped for, and Cure got picked apart. And it wasn't until the final moments or the final couple of minutes of that game where things went heavily in favor of Clem and snowballed out of control in his favor. But I do think in the lead up to it, Cure, he was playing well. He was playing well, and especially against kind of the style of Clem, at least in that first game. Now, what I will say, and what I should emphasize as well, as a reminder, in that last game, we saw 4-gate blink, and we do not often see Clem being that aggressive. Usually, Clem, he's a little bit more stable getting into the mid game. And I expect to see that here on King's Cove as well. The reason for that is because King's Cove is a more defensive map. It's much more defensive. It's much larger as well. Because it's so large, it is easier to miss move outs and to miss drops. And especially after game 1, I would imagine Clem has been humbled. I would imagine after game 1, Clem is like, you know what? I need to take a moment to breathe. I need to calm down and be a little bit more defensive here. I would imagine that's going to be the case, but we'll keep an eye on the gateway count. We'll see if Clem does indeed make less than 4 gates this time. Which is how I would imagine he would approach this. So far, it is going to be the Twilight Council opener, Twilight Council into blink. As Cure is going to be zoned away. And we'll keep an eye on that gateway count. Likewise, it's going to be on Cure to do so as well. As Cure is setting up. Getting his starport, his second racks as well. Not too aggressive here out of Cure, going for a 2-1-1 variation. Into eventually a 3-1-1, I would imagine. Adept has arrived to harass, to deny mining here at the natural. Forcing Cure out onto the low ground. At least attempting to. Clem does pick up a couple of those SCVs. Gateways have been thrown down. I believe so far just 2. Yep, just a 2-gate setup here. So we'll shade away. Now, we spoke earlier about this 2-1-1. That is going to be fast stim out of Cure. Interesting. Now, this is a kind of build that wasn't really... this was a little bit popular last year, like 2023, like early 2023. We saw this rise in popularity amongst the Korean Terran players. This then fell off. It's interesting to see it back here, just really fast stim into really fast drop play. We'll see if Cure can pull Clem apart. Meanwhile, as we can see, Clem fast third. Remember, last game, Clem was more aggressive than usual, unusually aggressive is what I will say, with 4-gate blink. This time, 2-gate blink into a third. This is a very economic opener, an opener that we actually rarely see nowadays as well. It is safer to go 3-gate blink. Instead, Clem cutting corners, going 2-gate blink. Mine just going up, Widow Mines get cleaned up. Hellion towards the natural, probes, they're lining up as well. So far getting one. Nothing too major. Did deny mining time, but nice defense here at the Clem. And again, Clem is just cutting corners and being that much more economic this time, which is what we expect on King's Code. Going for +1, throwing down extra gateways. I'm curious if Clem is going to go into charge or into Colossus production. He does have the option to tech up. For now, I believe there is a robo, so he could throw down the bay. But with +1 attack, yep, it's going to be charge. So +1 and blink, stalkers into charge lots. Oh. Medivac does survive. Secure moving out with another drop. Remember, he rushed into stim. And with that, these Marines are going to be that much more effective. Does have early stim. I'm not too convinced that this stim timing can really achieve too much, but we'll see. Like, the downside of this build is that, of course, because he rushed into stim production, it means that he has no tanks. Or he has limited tanks back at home. 0 tanks even. So there is a give and take. And reinforcements on the way. That's going to be a hefty bio army. A lot of Marines, a lot of Marauders. They may hit with combat shields, as it's still a ways off. But again, they at least have stim. Marines, they unload into the main. Stim is revealed. And with stim, he does get one. He gets 2 stalkers. Main army pushing in. Where the force fields. Nicely done. Slicing up the army. And so far, Clem, he is holding on, fighting out of range of the shield battery. He does pull back. And with the help of the shield battery, he will defend. Poking in. Catching one of the Marauders. Clem chasing this very far out into the center of the map. Bold move. Running out of Zealots. But he does catch another Marauder. Very nicely done. Clem backs off. And behind this, there's that splash damage. Bay into Colossus production. Extra gates as well. And Clem, he defends. And this early stim build from Cure wasn't really worth it. So far, it just hasn't really paid for itself. Cure, he's thrown away 16 Marines already, 4 Marauders, 2 Medivacs. And now he has to back off and expand. Continuing his drop play. As Cure is expanding, so is Clem, getting a 4th. Dropping into the natural. Once again, Cure just trying to test the limits here of the multitasking of Clem. And again, Cure, he was pulling Clem apart in game 1, but here Clem has just been a little more economic and in the follow-up a little more safer as well. As opposed to the previous game, Clem, he hasn't really applied any pressure to the third or really to the natural either. Moving out with some Zealots to harass, but he's keeping his main army pinned back at home. So just, again, it's much more safer defensive play out of Clem. Just building up his army. Getting a second Colossus. So far, Cure is going for a split push, catching out the Zealots, not bad. Multiple Zealots, actually. Forcing Clem back. Colossus getting in position. How good are the... Oh, no! Bit of mismovement there at Clem. Colossus is going to go down. Massive pickup. And Clem caught out of position. Brutal loss. Likewise, looks like Clem, he will defend on the left. He defends on one end, but on the other, he does struggle. Fury does go over the wall, does drop in. The Colossus will pop out just in time to defend. And does Clem have enough? Again, he's trying to hold on. Does still deflect towards the left-hand side. Getting on top of the army. Doesn't lose many workers yet. Did harass across the map, not bad. 9 SCVs went down, and Clem holds. Clem, he does hold on. He may have lost one Colossus, but Clem, he does hold, does maintain his economy. Can replenish that army, and is getting a 5th. It's getting a 5th expansion. Clem moving forward. Again, trying to bait out a stim. DTs are in the mix. We have Shadow Stride on the way. Let's go. No major commitment with the DTs yet. Just picking up a couple of units here and there. Oh, he gets away. He tries to. EMP lands. Again, Clem, he's stabilizing back at home, rebuilding his disruptors, his colossi. Building back up. And Clem is going to be the first to max out as well. Does push. Likewise, here comes out War Prisoner Harass. Now, initially, Clem, he wants to distract the main army of Cure. Takes an EMP to the face. Cure is distracted. Prism into the natural. Natural is completely empty, and SCVs are going to go down. And Clem, he's maxed. He's maxed out here and now. And again, he's just distracting the main army. Just a big distraction. Going for the upgrades. 9+3. Another warp in. Again, it's not about the main army doing damage. It's about the Zealot run by. The Zealot drop. The warp ins. Knight pushes forward. Never gets up. Oh, massive connection. Takes down the Ghosts. Takes down the Marauders. Vikings do what they can. Nice kiting here out of Clem. Takes down most of the Vikings. One Viking left over. Novas, they graze the army. One Colossus falls. But Kiri's just getting picked apart. Just been getting completely torn apart here. GG gets called, and Clem, he takes a 2-0 lead. GG. Again, very impressive move out. As we mentioned, this is typically where Clem thrives. In the mid game, he was able to stabilize. It was a rocky road to the mid game, is what I will say, when it came to the initial, not the initial move out, but the second wave, the second push of Cure. We went for a split push when he caught the Colossus, but he wasn't able to deal any economic damage. He got into the mineral line, but he didn't kill any probes, didn't kill any workers. In the end, Clem did defend. He was able to deflect and able to just snowball out of control there with that maxed out army. And again, just really meticulous movements by Clem, when again, initially his main army was just distracting his opponent while he got into the natural. He was able to catch reinforcements, cripple some of the production, some of the upgrades, the economy, and then just pull apart the attention of Cure. GG. GG, well played. Very impressive final fight there by Clem. And Clem is one game away from becoming our champion this week. Una más, papi, una más. And we'll see if Cure can fight back. I want to believe he can. Like, Cure, he's definitely had his own moments here in this series, especially in game 1. Like, game 1 was like a back and forth game. Game 2 a little bit less so. And game 3 is going to be on a much smaller map. We're going to be loading into Whispers of Gold. Ooh, and I'm curious how Clem approaches this. We've seen a lot of 2-base play on this map. We've seen a lot of 2-base play, a lot of 2-base all-ins from the side of Terran, where you just pull the boys and you just send it. Shout out to Oliveira. That's all he did over the weekend. Just non-stop pull the boys. And we'll see if Kira is tempted to also go for an aggressive build and go all in himself. Can be quite difficult to defend. But we'll see. We shall see us spawning in the top left-hand corner of Whispers of Gold. We have the French Protoss player, the Red Protoss, leading the series at 2-0, one game away from becoming this week's WardiTV Monday champion. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Team Liquid. Down heavily in this series, he has to fight back here and now to have a chance at forcing an ace match. It is Cure. Let us go. So we have our PVT. And again, so far, Clem looking good. As a reminder, last game we had Clem going for a 2-gate blink opener into a fast third base, but that was on a larger map. That was on King's Cove, and that is a map that you can get away with these more greedy builds. Here on Whispers of Gold, I do not expect that at all. Again, this map is much more vulnerable. It's smaller. It's just a smaller map, shorter rushes despite ground. Likewise, the third and fourth base are much more exposed. Unlike some of these other maps, there's no ramp. There's no ramp coming into the expansion, so you don't have the high ground advantage. You don't have a concave or a choke point to make use of either. So these bases are much easier to commit into, and that's why we've seen a lot of 2-base all-ins. A lot of 2-base all-ins on the Amygdala. So we'll keep an eye on both Cure and Clem. For now, economic start at a Cure. Single gas into a CC on low ground. It was delayed by a second or two, or like half a second. But Cure does expand. So economic start at a Cure. Ooh, not just Rack to expand. That is going to be Marine. Okay, it's going to be Reaper first into Marine. So just a singular Reaper. Singular Reaper moves out. Is going to be scouting, trying to get a read on the tech of choice. Every game so far, Clem has opened Blink in some way, shape, or form. I would not be opposed to a 3-gate Blink build this time. In game 1, it was 4-gate Blink. Game 2, it was 2 gates. Here, I'm feeling 3. As it's just a really safe way to play. I mean, in saying that, Clem did scout the CC on the low ground, so if he's aware of the economic builds, he might just go 2-gate Blink into a third again. Might just cut corners. That is an option. But now Curie gets 1 probe in the main, gets shut down. Curie did at least scout the tech, is aware of the Twilight Council. Clem does move out. Back at home, Kira is building up. Reactor Marine production into Widow Mines, into drop play. But they have to say shade into the mineral line. They deny mining. They deny the natural. So nice damage here by Clem. Shades into the main. That should not have happened. SCVs are going to be going down. It's going to be 2. It's going to be 3 SCV kills. This should not have happened. Getting 4, getting up to 5. 5 SCVs going down. And lost mining time. Hellion gets into the main, but this is not going to do anywhere near as much damage. Maybe 1 probe. Maybe. Not even. Nah, not even. Gets a full scat at least. And how many gates? 3. It's going to be 3-gate blink, as we did mention. It's a very safe play here by Clem. Will attempt to expand. Here will delay. Here comes the Widow Mine drop as well. Cure, he's not out of this. He did have a rough start to the game, but look at him bounce back. Push up into the main. Clem does respond. Up! Medevac goes down. Likewise, he has Blink as well. He avoids the shots, cleans this up without losing a single probe. And very impressive defense here by Clem. Doesn't lose any workers. Getting his third. And Clem is gearing up towards the mid game. Meanwhile, my eyes are on Cure. I mentioned before that 2 base All-Ins are quite popular on this map, and I stand by that. We do have a 3-1-1 setup here, but as a reminder, these additional Raxes were delayed. These Raxes are later than you would typically see for a 2 base All-In. So Cure may just expand. Now Clemmy dives into the net, into the main. Won't get much done though, as the tank is in position. Clem is going to be forced back. Getting behind the mineral line. Going for the gas. Second tank has arrived. Clem is forced out. Oh no! Bleeding out a Stalker. It's one Stalker falling so far. Diving into the natural, getting a bunker. Bunker goes down. Not a bad pickup. But at least Cure, he maintains that tank count. Behind this Clem going into charge before Colossus. I do appreciate that, especially if Cure does move out. And Cure, he's stuck at home until Stim finishes. Stim, it's halfway done. Once it finishes, then Cure, he can break out, he can then expand, or commit into something more aggressive. Meanwhile, Clem makes his way into the mineral line, gets an SCV. That's a massive gateway explosion. That's 5 more gates on the way. That's going to be an 8-gate setup. And we have confirmation Cure is expanding. It's getting a 3rd CC. Stim is done, so Cure can finally break out. Chasing back Clem. Again, Clem with his Link Stalkers. His goal here is to force an early siege, pick away the Marines, maybe get a medevac. Gets a Marine. Every little bit counts. Forces the early siege. Zealots, they do dive in a little bit ahead of time. But there we go. The first tank goes down. Second tank as well. Clem, he will clean this up. Another tank has arrived. Clem respects it. Backs up. But again, Clemmy mainly traded minerals for gas. Zealots for tanks. Clem, once again, he commits. Base out the Widowmine shot. Force fields the ramp. Shuts down the Bio army. Not a bad fight here out of Clem. Pulls away. More Zealots are building up. Clem getting ready for a counterattack. But Cure, he has reinforcements. Oh! Oh my god. That's the prison makes it out. Just barely. Four prisoners will survive. And decent trades here by Clem, bleeding out Zealots. So he does escape with those Stalkers. At the same time, Zealots hit the natural. SCV is going to be going down. And this is getting a bit out of hand, getting 10 SCV kills. Cure, he was distracted. Clem pushing back in, picking up Marines. Behind this, getting a 4th Nexus. Maintaining a greater economy. And Clem, he has a greater economy, now taking into Colossus production. Did lose the Warp Prism, I believe. Yeah, Warp Prism did go down, so no more harassment. At least the harassment is delayed. Does want the medevac. Doesn't quite get it. He wants it though. Clem pulling away. Catches the Widowmine ahead of time. Take a missile to the face. Has to retreat. Has to respect it. Alas, nice force fields once again, slicing up the army. Takes down the Vikings. We can see Curie going for the dive, but it's not quite worth it. Yeah, Curie gets punished. Again, Clem just being so meticulous here with his control. Getting so much value with those Blink Stalkers. And with that, Clem does reinforce. Moving on once again. The medevac is still low. I do think that Clem is overextending though. He doesn't have enough zealots. Yeah, too many marauders. Far too many. Where are the force fields? One Colossus goes down. No force fields. Still a run by on the way. Imagine if Clem had a War Prism. As Curie, he's ready for it. He defends against the run by. Curie, he's now keeping up with the tempo of Clem. He's like, okay, if you're attacking, if you're committing, you're probably going for a run by at the same time. Scan reveals that reveals the DTs. Turret is in position. Like Curie, he was looking for a 4th expansion, but found something quite different instead. Throwing down a wall of turrets. You're not getting a 4th. Clem should be taking a 5th. Now we can calm things down. There's definitely some shaky moments here in the defense for Kira, but he holds. He holds, is getting a 4th. Clem once again moving out with a split push. See how hard Kira responds. So Ramai dives in. So far, Kira, he defends. He defends the left-hand side. Vikings, they shut down these Colossus, where the Stalkers barely any to defend. And one Colossus is going to go down. Nice pick up here by Cure. Cure, he does take a supply lead. Bleeding out some reinforcements. Colossus, they coming from left-hand side. Nice flank here out of Clem. But now he has to engage. He has to commit. Colossus getting surrounded. One Colossus does go down. He's got one left. And it's not going to be enough. And Cure, he might make a series out of this. Oh, he's so close. Disruptors, they made it. Disruptors have arrived. Both armies very close in supply. Cure rotating. I mean, he has ghosts. Getting back into Viking production. Making 2 Vikings at a time. Then we can't quite push in. Never goes up. Does zone away. Building up into more disruptors. So as we settle into this, big shout to Complete in the chat. Gah, baby, gah. Thank you so much for the sub, for the resub. 11 months. Almost a year. Thank you. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Always. Siempre. And welcome you here just in time for the grand finals. Potentially the final game of the finals as well. But it's all good. As a lot of this will come down to the Novas. How good is the disruptor control going to be for Clem? Show us those Novas. Clem pushing in, Nova goes off. Zones away. No major connection yet, there's 3 Novas left. Unlike previously where Clem was going for these counterattacks, so far he has everything together as one. Clem does have the supply lead. Shaving off a couple of units. Disruptors still not quite going off. Second robo's on the way. Sorry, third robo's on the way. Clemmy commits. He goes for the dive. Novas go off. Ooh, they connect. Yeah, at least two of them do connect. A third one as well. Vikings, they chase down the Colossus. They get one, they get two, they almost get three. Almost, but not quite. With that cure, he does hold. Does cost him a lot of supply, though. The brutal thing about that hold is that cure, even though he got two Colossus, a lot of the disruptors did survive. They did make it. And now they're resetting. Yeah, the Novas have reset. Cure has to respect it. There's still that one Colossus. Another Nova. Oh my god, brutal connection. The Novas are brutal. Viking Cannon's building up. But Clem is going to be able to overwhelm. Just waiting for those reinforcements as Clem. He's already remaxed. Also moving in for a counterattack. Plus, I believe finally goes down. 10 SCVs fall. Here it does feel like he's just getting picked apart. That's two ghosts. Two ghosts go down. Not like this. Novas are becoming a little bit too much. And gracing the army, gaining value over time. Again, it's one of those things where Novas, they can no longer one-shot Marauders anymore, but they can one-shot everything else. GG gets called as Clem he overwhelms, and Clem, he will take the series 3-0, becoming this week's WardiTV Monday champion. GG. GG, well played. Not just this week's WardiTV Monday champion, but the final WardiTV Monday champion of 2024, as this is the final Monday of the year. So congratulations here to Clem. My condolences to Cure. Did a great job at making it this far in the tournament, but alas, does fall the hands of Clem. Again, Clem, his Protoss, specifically his PvT, is some of the best in the world. I do want to emphasize that. Every now and then, you know, someone will pop in and be like, oh, this person, they're not playing their, you know, traditionally main race, you know, that means they're not taking it seriously. That is not the case. Whenever Raynor plays Protoss, whenever Clem plays Protoss, it is definitely with the intention of winning, just because they of course have more faith in their strength in that matchup. I should emphasize, for those that are maybe tuning in towards the end, Clem over the past couple of months has been avoiding TVT. Whenever he's up against the Terran, he plays Protoss, and again, it's pretty good. It's pretty insane. GG, well played. Clem, he will take it, will be our champion. Congratulations, and my condolences to Cure. With that, I hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Hope you all had a great time here tonight. Again, it was a pretty decently long broadcast, actually. 4 hours, not bad. And our next broadcast is going to be in how long? It's going to be in 10 hours. I want to say like around 10 hours time. We're going to be back. We're going to be live with the Pigosaur Monday, with our next broadcast here of the day, with the Pigosaur Monday on Tuesday. Love to see it. Quickly double checking here. It's going to be in God, I'm blind. Oh yeah, 9 hours, sorry. 9 hours time. 9 hours time, we're going to be live here on the channel. So take this time to get some rest, get some food. I'm definitely going to go to bed after this cast, and I'll be up like in another 8 or so hours, ready, rejuvenated to cast some more StarCraft. Again, tomorrow, or I guess today, is New Year's Eve. And we do have 2 casts tomorrow. A bit of a PSA. Tomorrow we have the Pigosaur Monday, but we also have something else, something different, something special. We have the Duckling Showdown. It's been a couple of years. I think the last Duckling Showdown was either 2022 or 2021. It's been a couple of years since the last Duckling Showdown, but it is an end-of-year show match series. We have 3 best of 5s for you tomorrow. 3 best of 5s. It is going to be a best of 5 between 3-Point and Honmono in StarCraft Evolution. A best of 5 between Jumi and Eva as well in a Protoss versus X, potentially Zerg or Protoss in that matchup from the side of EBA. And we have a PvP between Estrella and Trigger, an NA PvP to end the night as well. So we have three best of 5s ready for you tomorrow to end the year and to introduce us to 2025. The broadcast is made in such a way where we should start this year, and by the time we end, it'll be the next year. There you go. There you go. So you can celebrate the new year with us here on the CranKy Ducklings tomorrow on New Year's Eve. Otherwise, with that, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. We do appreciate it. Hope you all enjoyed yourselves in the chat. Hope you all did enjoy. And yeah, with that, we'll see you guys tomorrow for either Pickers or Monday, or we'll see you guys in just under 24 hours for the Duckling Showdown. See you then. Bye. See you then. Are you sure there's a Pigasaur? Isn't Pig on vacation until January 6th? Pig, even if he isn't going to cast, it's still going to run. If you remember, before the Pigasaur Monday, it was called the Stegosaur Monday. So even if Pig isn't there to cast, even if he doesn't sponsor, I believe the event will go on nonetheless. So I believe it should still be going. There you go. Yeah, Pig is just like the main sponsor, but even without him, the event still goes on. It's all good. Under a different name. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Thanks for support. We'll see you guys tomorrow for some more StarCraft action. Otherwise, if you want to help support us, or if you want to help follow us, you can do so via Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. All things CranKy Ducklings, as we are all over the place on all the social medias. Likewise, we also stream everywhere as well, whether it's YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, Facebook, Kick as well. We're all over the place, all things CranKy Ducklings. So yeah, with that, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. You can also help support us via Patreon. You can see our Patreon goal just under Kira's name. We are close. We're so close to our next goal. The next goal is to boost our prize pool in such a way in our online tournaments where we can pay out top 4. Not just top 2, but top 4 players would get paid out. So we are so close to that. Help us reach that goal for the next year, 2025. That'll be the goal. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Thanks for support. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Until then, hasta luego. Happy holidays. Happy New Year. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Papi. Ciao, Papi. Ciao. See you tomorrow.